unmute the microphone. Turn it down. See here.
All right,
Can't
that's
hear
where we're
anything.
having a problem.
Okay. Now we can just hear everything back and forth. All right. Beautiful.
We're live. 12 people are watching this. I don't think Donald can hear us.
Donald.
Oh, it did work. Okay.
All right, let's get him on screen.
All right.
This is Donald Sanchez. This guy went, hey, what's up, man? How you doing, brother?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Dude, we are killing the game here, but you killed the show. Albuquerque, man, you put on for your city. Dude, what's an
Yeah.
8-figure roofer doing fighting in the Bare Knuckle Fight Club?
I'm just going out there having fun, living life, pushing myself to limits. We got to push ourselves past limits to do certain things.
Hell yeah, man. So, dude, I wanted to talk about your journey. Donald represents, what I'm here for. People, the blue collar American dreams dying. Like there's so many people struggling in poverty. Albuquerque's the place. I saw a lot of homeless, a lot of people struggling, and you came from some really tough spots. Where'd you grow up? What was it like?
Yeah, man. I grew up, in the South Valley out here, where a lot of gang banging, a lot of drugs, you name it. It's pretty crazy, and lots of poverty here, but also lots of opportunity. So I live both sides of it.
So it's funny. A lot of contractors, they come from this cons to contractor program. Um, any lessons from the streets of Albuquerque that apply to your business?
Absolutely, man. I had to learn how to be frugal with my money. I had to learn how to hustle. I had to learn how to deal with people. But more so, I had to learn how to deal with myself and deal with the BS, and get over a lot of obstacles, and just be better at everything in life, just so you're not a piece of shit.
Yeah, dude. And now you got a team doing 16 million. You do a combination of insurance and retail. You're like the biggest roofer in Albuquerque. And how long ago did you get started at Innovate?
So our company, actually, we're going on 4.5 years, but I've been involved with 6, 7, maybe 8 years. My whole family's been in the trade, so I just I 4 years we'll say with our companies, and we've been able to double every single year, and I don't plan on stopping anytime soon.
What's been your secret to growth?
Leadership, bro, and just go. You can't sit down and just think that you're gonna do something. You got to actually just do it. You can't think about it. Be a doer.
Yeah, no doubt. Donald, you're a doer, man. I've been a big fan for a couple years. We met a while back, and I got to work with you before this. I want to say, first off, your fight was awesome last week, and happy birthday, my friend. Today's a special day for you, right? So you get
Yeah,
to join
man.
with Chuck and Lee here, coming off a big win, man. That was really cool. I wanted to ask you, what got you back into that mindset to get back in there and fight after you had kind of gone maybe off of doing it for a little while? And I heard you were retired, honestly. So what was the thing that got you back in there, my man?
I was helping people. I was pushing people. I was also pushing myself a little bit, but I needed that more motivation for myself, just because I'm able to help other people. I needed to help myself too at the same time. So I needed a push. I needed I needed something extra to push me. I love business and everything, but the fight game is just a different push. I honestly um I was making good money and everything, and I gained like 50 pounds. So
Nice.
I
Me
needed
too.
to I needed to lose some weight, man, and have that mental and physical and spiritual type of thing, that to push myself. Every day I just need a push. So
Hey,
I do that with
let me tell you something. Watching a damn fight at the Bare Knuckle Fight Club looks like a dance with the devil. And you said it's a spiritual experience. How so?
Oh man, I mean, I told you this story, Lee. I in the first round, I got cut right away. My eye. The doctors had to look at it and everything, and I had to tell myself, I'm perfectly fine. I'm okay. I could see, even though I couldn't see. I was blurry the whole time. So I said, I had an end result and we have to go. So you have to mentally push yourself to a different level. I don't know if you guys ever fasted or done anything, but mentally you just have to go to a different level. And that's a spiritual thing. That's what I'm talking about.
Dude, well, you've been in the Scott Diamonds Elite program a short time. You were recommended from Scott Riopel. I was like, man, you should connect with Donald. He's a big guy out of Interstate Roofing in Denver. How did Scott help you in business? What'd you learn from Scott?
Man, anytime we ask Scott any type of questions, I have a guy that works with me that I train with. He was also in bare knuckle. He fought for their title and everything. He's one of our top sales guys, actually. And he actually moved down from Michigan with Scott like 20 some years ago. So we're able to reach out to him on a personal level. He connected all of us, and it's just like that dude's, man, he's been there, done that, and he did some crazy things. So I'm pretty close to him compared to how I am to you guys. A 20-hour drive for you guys, it's a 5-hour drive for him.
Dude, well, I was amazed by the support that you had from your group. And I always tell people, like, your network is your net worth. You had like 20 tables at that fight, 100 plus tickets. I don't know how many people you brought out there.
Yeah.
But what's having a platform and being known in your town do for your business?
Sometimes it's not what you know, it's who you know. Obviously in this game, it's what you know as well. But with the people, your network is your net worth, and we all know that. So I never really burned bridges. The ones that I did, I don't talk to. It's for a reason, and that was a bridge that I needed to get off of. But I everyone supports me, and I support them right back. I've done plenty of years of giving, and that's their time of giving back to me. So it's cool. It's a good feeling. Be a good person. Don't be a shitty person.
So doubling in business every year, you have to encounter some major adversity. You talked to me about, a little bit about, picking core values over top earners, and you told me when we were meeting that your team was actually a lot smaller than they were last year.
Yeah,
What
man.
happened?
We had several $1 million producers, and they just, they weren't good people. They didn't fit the core values of the team. So we just had to let them go, and they had to go do their own thing. That's totally fine with me. I taught them lots of ways, and they wanted to do their own way. Go ahead and try that. It just didn't fit with us. And once we got rid of, like, people were like, "You're crazy. You got rid of like $4 million producers." I'm like, no, just watch how smoothly this goes. It's going to be smooth sailing. And we literally went down in half the amount of people and stuck together, made our processes even better, and it just doubled again. So it's just,
Now, you were kicking ass before you started with Sky Diamonds University. You're coming out to the Blue Collar Conference. What have you gotten most out of like what we do? I mean, I get a lot of hate online. What's been your experience with me and the group?
man, the talks with you are priceless. You've been there, done that, all that stuff. But I love the recruiting thing. I love the university. For us, we don't have a university, so we're having to do it live every single time for each person. So now I have a platform, and I can go, and you guys help us recruit and everything. We just did a university this week, and the way you taught me how to recruit, I ended up getting 117 people signing up for this damn university, bro.
Hell yeah.
We could only pick 20 out of it. We're setting up over here right now for the graduation. And we have the graduation this morning for 15 people graduating, and we're going to get them in job placement, everything like that. And I used your platform for the recruiting of this stuff. So it's just
But I think it's your platform in combination with my platform.
oh, yeah, man. I mean, you could have a platform, but if you don't have a way to drive it, in someone else's perspective, that's how it comes. But you showed me how I needed to do that and what I needed to do with the platform, and it worked.
Yeah, Donald, man, I'll tell you what, I love that you're doing the university. You're bringing in people into the industry. You're showing them a new way of life. Talk a little bit about what brought that about, man, because that's something that nobody else is doing really, or, you know, not too many people actively trying to promote the trades and bring people in and show them a new way of life.
Well, how I see it is the trades. It's hard to get people to want to be in the trades these days. Everybody wants to be this entrepreneur and everything like that. So, I mean, showing how much money is actually involved with this and the career that they can make, it changed my life again. You know what I mean? I've changed my life, 8-figure earning, and I have several 6-figure earners, several $1 million earners, whatever it is. And I just want to show that path to them. Giving is receiving at the same time, you know. So I just like to give back, and if the people want it, it's here. So let's get it, you know.
Hey, so I always say that sometimes contractors get stuck in doing all the work, like selling their own jobs, doing their own estimates, firing their own people, doing all that stuff. So, you know, you're doing a good job duplicating. You got a business partner, you got a team. I've seen you delegate, and I always see your team in your investment into educating your people. You know, I believe you get more education, you get more income, you get more time. But how come contractors struggle so hard to invest and pour into their people or into new people?
My honest opinion about that is it's ego driven and greed. Um, they another thing could be trust. You know, it's hard to trust someone, but like you told me, you know, if you could trust them 70% of what you can do, let them do it. Let them do it. You know, like it takes a lot off your shoulders. So you gotta be able to let that go, let your ego down, and let these people actually go and teach them your way. And you know, if they end up going somewhere else, then screw it, whatever you did. And at the end of the day, I sleep good. I know what I did for them, so we're good, you know. So if they can't thank me of that and we can't be cool after that, then that's on them.
Yeah. So you guys are out there crushing. You're doing an awesome job. Reviews, word of mouth. What are you guys doing to get as many people, you know, out there
He's got
promoting your
5-star
company?
reviews. He's a 5-star company. You could have done it organic leads from Google, but it's all based off your reputation and customer service experience. You know, when I talked to you about solar, your biggest concern was, what was your biggest concern on solar?
My biggest concern is keeping this reputation. Sorry, it's getting loud over here. Reputation is key for us. I'm born and raised here, so I'm not. I don't. Yes, I plan on going other places, but for here, this is my hometown. This is what I do. This is what I built. So I'm not going. We're very picky on who we bring onto our team. So the recruiting thing was a tough thing for me because so many people just flood in. But I'm not. It's about integrity, man. So I've lost money on tons of jobs, tons and tons of jobs, just because I had to fix shit. You know what I mean? That someone fucked up. So that's where we're at. That it's all about integrity at the end of the day.
All right, so let's address one of the elephants in the room. You got mental illness that struggles. A lot of roofers struggle with. They out there and they're kind of stinking thinking. They're not in good shape. They may be drinking, of course, maybe other bad habits as well. They may be running around, not being good family guys. The idea is, you know, making a lot of money goes to their head a lot of time. You ever had success get to your head?
You know, I haven't had the success like that because I've had it, I've lost it, and I had to find it again. I've been in a jail cell. I've had to look in the mirror, and think about what I wanted to do. So, I mean, I was young and dumb. Obviously, I've been in, like, I had money back then and everything, but it was all the wrong money and everything. I had to go to jail for a while. You just have to look at yourself at the end of the day. If you can't look at yourself and change that, then, you know, I don't know. I mean, other people could help you, but if you don't help yourself, it's a tough thing. So,
Well, I think that a lot of these guys are full of shit. They think that they're the shit, but they got their shit fucked up.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
what's mental health and fitness got to do with each other?
Honestly, mental health and fitness is my drug. That's the drug I choose. It's natural. it releases these endorphins into us. It's natural. It's proven, man. It's just like it's crazy. And you feel it yourself. You know what I mean? You're in the gym every single day. What does it do for you too? You know, it's just that's what I had to do for. I gained 50 pounds, and I said, screw it. I'm going back to the gym, and I'm gonna go full core. I'm taking another fight. That's how I do it. So
I
it's just
fucking love that, guys. You don't really have like pressure makes diamonds, and sometimes we get comfortable. And if you're not self-aware that you're getting in one of these complacent spots, it just keeps getting worse and worse. What would have happened if you didn't take the fight? Where would you be now?
I'd be feeling sorry for myself, looking in the mirror, thinking I'm a fat piece of shit, blah blah blah, you know. And uh, you know what? The saying, what is that saying? You know, you eat good, you feel good, you look good, you do good, right?
You
It's so
pay good
true.
too, motherfucker.
Yeah, exactly. So that's just the way it is. You know what I mean? It's just it's it. I just do it for yourself. You'll feel it. You'll see it. You'll know. We could preach about it all day long, but if you don't take the fucking steps, what's gonna happen? Nothing.
Hey, dude, I've creating some massive waves in the MMA and jiu-jitsu world. We got Amanda Nunez, Tito Ortiz, Forrest Griffin, Gilbert Burns, but all these fights are going to be streamed on Fight TV, and it's going to be maybe the next bare knuckle fight club, the blue collar fight club.
Hell
What do you
yeah.
think about mixing personal development and fighting?
I love it. You know, because you anything in life, you need personal development, no matter what. But as a fighter, you got to go to a different level on that personal development. It's not my way or the highway. You got to learn every fucking aspect of everything, and you got to be able to let your ego down and learn other things. That's just, it's similar to what you said earlier with the contractors. They need to do the same damn thing. But it's not my way or the highway. We got to integrate, or innovate, and just change it. Everything's changing, so change with it.
And one of the biggest changes is this insurance company, like really coming down. They're raising the deductibles. They're throwing up AC policies. They're getting tougher about approving claims and slowing down money. So when it comes down to it, a retail pivot is happening. So, I'm learning from all my retail students at the same time. What's you think one thing an insurance guy can learn from you about going retail?
You know, retail, it's just the money's gonna be there no matter what, because if we financed it, it's there. Whatever it is, it's gonna be there no matter what. It's not these big dogs like insurance company playing games, trying to wait you out, trying to get you out of business so they don't gotta pay you type of thing. It's the money's there, just do the job and it's done and you get paid. That's it. Simple as that. You know, if there's a change order, you got to do that. I think it's the best way. Yes, insurance money there it could be great because it's high dollars, but as long as you're bidding the correct way, like we bid through Exactimate anyways, like it's the same price as insurance gonna pay anyways. You know, I don't give a discount.
What I love about y'all is y'all are innovative. That's the name of your company, Innovate. And you have come up with something that could really help insurance guys. And it's about avoiding the data loss. Now, Chuck,
Yep.
you've always talked about filing a claim. And if it's an old area, what's the most important thing?
The most recent storm.
Oh, God. So, Donald, what's the problem with that now, Albuquerque?
Hell no. I'm not telling them. That's not my job. That's the adjuster's job to place a date on there. I discovered this hail today. Today is the date of discovery. It's your job to find when that hail matches up. So if I say, "Oh, it hailed yesterday and I saw it today," and there's no hail date that was recorded there, you're automatically denied. Nope, that's just how it is out here. So we say we discovered this today. It we literally get on the phone with them and tell them it's your job. That's what the insurer paid you to do. So you find the date. I mean, not to be a dick or anything, but it's their job, you know?
Yeah. And that allows you to kind of work the whole area. If you find storm damage, maybe from an older storm, they're still covered.
Yep.
And what percentage of your roofs are insurance? What percent are retail?
We are I would say 75% retail here because we have not had a major storm since 2018. Um, but we have baby hail here, and it'll work sometimes, you know. But we recently, the after you left, the next Wednesday, we ended up having a 1 inch hail here, so
Hell
that'll
yeah.
help us. Yeah, but the biggest we've had here is golf ball size, and that was 2018.
Okay, awesome. So if y'all are watching this, dude, we want to see you September 1st through 3rd. You can actually donate right now to Roofers in Recovery. It's a good cause. Not only at my event are you going to get personal development, Bradley, David Meltzer, Wes Watson, Donald, he's a leader in roofing, but I've got a whole bunch of success stories like Donald sharing their story. To me, I think it's going to be fun. And for the first time, we're going to work out together. We're going to kind of, me and Donald show you what a workout that we do on the regular looks like.
Yeah.
And then we're going to watch fights for 2 different nights. I feel like I'm Caesar at the Gladiator games, bro. I fucking love
Hell
this
yeah.
idea of the next chapter of my life being a fight promoter. You ever thought
Yeah.
about fights?
Yeah, I mean, I've thought about it. You know, I mean, I I help a lot of matchmakers and everything out here and everything. It's just I'm the type that puts my hand in everything, and then I'm just so scattered everywhere. Like my main focus is roofing, and if I'm gonna make this run at a last couple fights, that's all I'm gonna do. You know, it's just I'll help you out with it, and I'll support it however I can, and I'll bounce my ideas to you, but. Uh, I
You
think
want to
that might be the
integrate
next big thing, bro.
my shit. I think Blue Collar Fight Club without bare knuckles pussy. I mean, they did a bare knuckle MMA down here,
Yeah,
and Jorge Masvidal's promotion. You can get away with that in Florida. It was amateur too.
yeah, that's crazy.
That is
So,
crazy.
yeah,
All right.
but
What do you
I think you've gone to it.
what do you have to say to one of these guys that is so busy that they can't take the time to sharpen their sword and come on out September 1st through 3rd? The biggest objection I hear from people is I'm in the middle of my busy season. I'm building roofs. I can't get away. You know, I'm the CEO of a big company doing lots of shit. And I didn't miss on the opportunity to come hang with you. And it was because I wanted to see 75% retail, 16 million a year, using the platform on social media to create like a recruiting class of 115 graduates. I wanted to see it. I wanted to
Yeah,
learn from you. But a lot of these guys, they're not like me. They won't stop what they're doing and break away to break through.
yeah, man. That's to me, that's bullshit. You can make time. You have to make time. It's a personal development thing, and like for you, you wanted to come and see what the riffraff was about, and you made the time for it, and you're running $100 million company, and you have all this sky diamond shit, and you didn't make it. Your family at home, everything like that. I mean, that's just it's part of life. We got to make time. You're lying to yourself if you're not fucking doing this type of stuff. Just straight up, you're lying to yourself and you're making excuses. So make the
So,
time. It's worth it.
so guys, today a portion of all proceeds goes to roofers and recovery. Now, I had 3 different students die from drug overdose. I've had a family member die from suicide. The reality is sometimes we struggle. And I've always been that guy to help the derelicts, the renegades, the outlaws. And if you're struggling, you should reach out to Roofers in Recovery. What Roofers in Recovery does is put guys that can't afford to get back on their feet through rehab. Recently, one of the guys that I know, Justin Parker, he came right before he went to rehab, and then Roofers in Recovery paid for it. He's actually making a great comeback. He's going to be at the event. But guys, if you buy your tickets now, you can get 50% off. You can donate towards a good cause, and you can sharpen your fucking sword. If you need to get in shape, if you need to learn how to get off the sidelines of social media, if you want to build a sales team and make sure that your business doesn't get wiped the fuck out by technology, it serves you to be around leaders in the industry. Leaders not like me, guys like Donald. Donald's doing it differently than me. I can learn from a guy doing 16 million a year, just like I can learn from a guy doing $1 million a year. And so why can't you see Forget about the hogwash, what everyone else says. Come see the $100 million system that's generated 500 million in results. Come immerse yourself in my community. And if you're a warrior in this shit, then you can't fucking miss this blue collar fight club, bro. What's up, Richie Coletti? How you doing?
Richie.
So Donald, tell him who held the gator by the tail the longest.
Oh man, I think I won $1,000 that day, bro.
Yeah, but you gave it back. You were such a generous guy. You shot a big gator. You shot it, one shot kill.
Yeah.
Tell them about the gator hunting down in Florida. What we did.
Man, that not only hotter than hell, humid as hell because it's Florida, but you know we go out there to the swamp, gators out everywhere, and we end up probably hooking one of the biggest one that was there. I don't know. I guess there's a few bigger ones, but damn,
it was a big motherfucker.
Yeah, big, 11 foot something, right?
They said this one's gonna be a little expensive. Y'all sure you want to shoot it?
Yeah, hell yeah, that's what we came for. We had a good fight on it, you know, and we had a little bet on who can hold the tail the longest out there. And
so when you reel it up to the edge, you have to be careful, and you grab the gator by its tail. But this gator had actually almost got your ass, didn't it?
Yeah, man. He snapped at me real good, so we had to pop one in him real quick after that.
The first time you caught him, you didn't have the gun. You had to release him. Then we caught him again.
Yep.
What was fucked up was after we shot it, we were trying to hold its mouth open. What happened?
Oh man, we were trying to hold the mouth open for a good picture, you know, with the mouth open and everything. That fucker snapped down real quick on us. We got
he wasn't dead yet.
He wasn't all the way dead. We thought he was dead, and he was not. So be careful.
Be careful when you're fucking with gators. You could stab it in the dome. You can shoot it 2 or 3 times, and that motherfucker still bite your hand off.
My hand would have been gone. Both of our hands would have been gone had we been down a little bit lower, just a little bit lower. And it was exciting but scary at the same time.
But isn't that what it's all about? Like hanging out, camaraderie. I mean, we're talking business. We got our sons. We're having a good time. I mean, a lot of these guys that can't break away for a conference, they can't break away for a good time with their family either.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. That was the time of my life, and I can't wait to go back and make more stories like that. You know what I mean? It's just we have to. You got to make time for this shit. At the same time, you know, we're having fun, but it was work. We're learning. Why can't anyone do that? You can. You're just making excuses. Go fucking do it.
All right, guys. Well, we kept you for 30 minutes. Hey, how can these guys get a hold of you? If they want to come out, work with you, maybe they want to sell. One of the biggest opportunities in New Mexico is they got announced energy price increases, and it is a fucking gold rush for roof solar combo deals. And you can make some big money on the solar deals because they're overcharging for power like crazy.
Yep.
So what's this new push for innovate into solar?
So, you know, we linked up with Lee and everything with all this solar stuff out here. We have they're trying to get rid of a lot of shit out here. Our bills are crazy expensive. We're one of the, I think, top 3 states for the most sun throughout the year, and it's untapped out here. It's untapped. I think there was like 8% market that has solar out here. Come on out. Let's do it. Hit me up. We'll send you out. I mean, if you think roofing makes a lot of money, look at the fucking solar margins. It's crazy. Do it. Bring it. Yeah. Come on out.
We're gonna kill the game out there.
Up our office. You could hit me up on Instagram, Facebook, whatever it is. I'll hit you up. If you know Lee personally, he knows my number. Shoot me a message. Come on out.
Connect with Donald at the event, September 1st through 3rd.
Yep.
Donald, you're gonna show him how to throw that overhand right you caught old boy with and dropped his ass.
Yeah, I'm like 6 foot. He was 6'7", so we had to pull some tricky shit in there.
You were dancing, bro. You were jumping in there. You look like a pit bull. You would just like go for his neck like you just like launched towards him when you were throwing the overhand right. It was sick.
Yeah, man. It's fun, you know, and that was a perfect example of how you got to change things throughout a fight. We had a game plan for a different approach, and I had to change things throughout the fight, and end result was the same thing, but innovation. Same with
Innovation,
business.
guys. One of the core values here. All right, Donald, we'll catch up with you, brother. Thank you for
Thank you, guys.
joining us. We're going to interview Richie. He's up next. Appreciate you. We're live for 6 hours here. Raising the
Dang.
status of blue
Have fun,
collar,
bro.
guys, September 1st through 3rd. We got
See you
Andre
shortly.
Berto. Hold on one second. Andre fought Floyd Mayweather. He just popped on the Instagram stream. We got to get him to the event September 1st through 3rd. We'll get him up there speaking on the fight night. He's also trying to take a platform with millions of followers and catapult it into the next thing. You know, a championship boxer, what kind of values do they have to teach the average man, the regular man? What somebody like Andre, who's been in there, world champion, you know, he wants to get in the coaching space. What do you and I'm talking to a guy named Donald Sanchez. He just fought in the Bare Knuckle Fight Club, Andre. So what do you have to say to Andre, a guy like that, world champ?
Oh man, he has the drive. He has the passion. He knows what it's about. He knows what hard work is. He knows what he's got to do. He's setting that goal, everything like that. He has a huge platform. He has people that trust him, love him, everything like that. Go for it, bro. It's just
For it,
you
bro.
have it. Yeah.
Oh, hey, come join us, man. I've been trying to get a workout in with him, trying to sharpen my shit up, man. Have him trade a little training, a little boxing training for a little business training. But all right, my brother, we'll see you next time.
Later, guys. Have a good day. Thank you.
Thanks, Donald.
All right, we're gonna go focus on Instagram over here. Look, we was just talking about Andre. Andre, you're absolutely a legend, but boxing fitness is something that really elevated me. It all started off like COVID happened, and I don't know how everybody was reacting to this tough situation, but I was a skinny, fat, dad bod, baby back bitch. What'd you look like back then?
I wish I was skinny fat. I was just fucking fat.
Well, I always couldn't stay focused on just lifting. It's sometimes boring. I like to play basketball. I like the runner's high element. So when I found boxing fitness, I ran into a guy named Billy Lyell. And Billy, he's from Youngstown, Ohio, a place that's created boxing champions. And he was fucking savage. And also kind of trying to reinvent himself as a coach. And so he helped me in my fitness, shredded me. It probably was 6 months that I added a lot of lean muscle mass. I felt a lot better. And I don't know, the first time I started sparring, it was a college football Division II quarterback. I had my son with me in the gym. I'm like, I hope I don't get knocked the fuck out in front of my son. And next thing I know, I dropped this fool easily. And I'm like, okay, this is a little fun. And then I woke up and chose violence, at least as a therapy mechanism to get through uncertain times. Now I got my man Richie Coletti over here hitting the bag, brother.
What's up?
On the Facebook over here? We're on Facebook, we're on YouTube, we're on Instagram, but we're doing interviews and live streams. And Richie Coletti is coming in here. What's up, my man?
What's happening, guys? What's going on?
Dude, where are you coming in from?
From Fort Pierce, Florida.
Fort Pierce, Florida.
Fort Pierce, Florida, headquarters here.
Hey, man, Richie, what was it like before you joined Skydiamonds? What was the beginning of Leak Busters Roofing?
It was not living the dream, that's for sure.
You weren't living the dream?
I did. So I did have a pretty decent life. It was just a very minimal decent. It was only decent for me and not my people. And I really had a lot of trouble growing once I realized I wanted to help my people out, help them grow and succeed and, you know, create investments and stuff like that. I realized that I needed to grow in order for that to happen because there wasn't enough money for me and them. So that's why I started looking out for, you know, a way to grow. And I couldn't figure out how to recruit, train, and and retain, you know, any sales reps. And that was the biggest struggle. In fact, I couldn't figure out how to recruit anybody. I couldn't figure out how to recruit a production manager. I got lucky and stumbled across, you know, decent office managers and stuff like that. So that really helped out a lot in the beginning. But recruiting was one of my biggest struggles that I was having. And then having the training platform.
Well, that's one thing that everybody struggles with. I'm here live on Instagram, and if y'all are watching me on Instagram, give me some hearts, because, dude, this is your new digital business card, your Instagram, and I want to give a round of applause to all the blue collar entrepreneurs that are building a brand on Instagram, because it's the newer generation that you want to connect with, whether it's millennials, Gen Ys, they're all on Instagram. And your digital business card probably starts when you're like collaborating. Like a lot of times I go to these mastermind events and they just ask for your Instagram. I just ask for people's Instagram. So whenever I see a contractor, a lot of times what I'll do is I'll ask them, hey, what's your Instagram? And I realize these guys haven't spent time building it. Maybe they were on Facebook. But Richie, you started taking this social sales king seriously, specifically on Facebook. How did that help you?
Well, showing my lifestyle, and I start to attract the type of people, like I guess building your personal brand, who you are, what you stand for, what kind of things you want to do. You start to attract people to you that you want to do business and work with. So that was an important, like, to show who I really am. You know, I'm not like the Rolex, Lamborghini, party guy. I don't want to attract those, type of people to my business or whatever. So I kind of show who I am. I like the simple life, farming, and some of the grown-up type of hobbies. You know what I mean? Not that Lamborghinis and stuff aren't.
Well, a blue collar American dream may not be a rented Lambo and running around on private jets you can barely afford. Maybe it's a farm. It's a 4-unit property.
Oh, yeah.
Yesterday you were fired the fuck up. Why were you fired up yesterday?
We just got under contract for another property. That'll be our 4th one this year. So,
4th closing this year. One of the things we're going to talk about is recession-proof ways to get into real estate. The interest rates are up. And what's your secret?
What's my secret? What, to acquiring assets?
Yeah.
I don't get too hung up on the interest rates or the prices of the property, because, to be honest, I'm not the one paying for that shit. I'm renting these things out. So, I mean, I look at cash flow on a property. If I can rent it out for more money than I'm paying on the mortgage, that's cash flow. So the interest rates don't, as long as I get more money than all that, I don't get hung up on it. I can always refinance later when the rates go back down. One of my other biggest ways of doing it is subject to, where we're just taking over people's mortgages. So we don't need credit. A lot of people think you need good credit and money to be able to buy and invest in properties, which is just not true. You can find somebody that's either in pre-foreclosure, getting a divorce, they're a tired landlord, they want to move out of the hurricane areas, and you can basically just take over their mortgage, maybe $20,000 tops. You don't have to do any credit checks or anything like that. You just keep all of their stuff right in place, take it over, and then you just turn it into a rental, and then your renter is going to be paying that mortgage.
Hey, bro, when you're sharing your success story going from 3 million to over 8 figures in sales, you got to throw in here how you're buying your customers' homes. A lot of guys are contractors, but they're so busy in their business, they're not in real estate. How do they intertwine? Guys, give me some hearts if you want to hear about how you can take your home service business and use it to acquire assets. Even assets that you may not even have to pull money out of the bank to own. How do you do that, Richie?
Well, for one, every single customer that I come in contact with, which is a lot, when I got an army of people out there doing sales for me, door knocking and whatever, we pretty much ask every single person, if they are interested in selling, or if they, basically what's the reason why they want to get the roof done. If it's, they're moving or they're selling the house, or ask them if they want to sell. We basically tell people, we ask people or tell people, hey, we're working in this area. We really like the area. We're looking to buy a couple houses over here. Do you know anybody that's interested in selling? And that's a common question that we ask pretty much everybody, just because you never know. And that's how.
All you got to do is ask. That's the secret. And if you get an automated way to train your sales team to ask, you can create opportunity. And that's what Richie does. And if you want to learn how to acquire recession-proof real estate, you need to come to the event September 1st through 3rd. Richie is speaking. You can get your tickets for 50% off. You can donate a portion of the proceeds to Roofers in Recovery, Paul Reed, Eric Obermeck. These guys have created an awesome organization. We got Nick Clark coming in here, and he's saying, oh, he's the black belt roofer. Richie, did we lose you there? Okay, I can tell that. All right. So don't have sound, Richie, but we all good. All right. Well, call us back when you got sound. We're going to retry here. You there? No. All right. We're going to keep it moving. Me and Chuck.
Adios, Richie.
All right, guys. Comment below any questions if you got from us. I don't know where you're coming in from, and I don't know what you got going on, but one thing's for sure. This is how I got started. Chuck, when did you first start knocking doors?
Oh, 2010, 2011.
Were you like an hourly worker before?
I was an hourly worker, yes.
So what was the scariest thing about going door to door?
It was uncertainty. I wasn't sure about myself, so I wasn't confident going to the door. Took a long time to get over that. But, you know, it's just belief in yourself, really.
All right. So for me, I started knocking at 14. I wanted to make my dad proud. And I went out there and got a deal, man. Thrill of the first sell, dude. I was addicted from the first one. You remember your first sell?
I do. I can even name the guy. I'm not going to, but I can tell you the story. It's good.
Oh, bro, you told me one story that was bad. It's not as bad as the guy that pulled his pecker out by your face while you were signing the contract, was it?
Dude, it might be worse, actually.
Worse?
My first
Your
one
first
might be
sale's
worse
than that one?
It might be.
We got Richie back. Can you hear us?
I'm back now. I don't know what happened.
All right, well, we got peckers flying, contract signing. We got to hear this story. Go ahead. Tell us, Chuck.
All right, so I signed this deal, and it was a guy whose daughter worked for an insurance agent. I'll even say it was in Haight, Texas. You all can speculate. So we're doing the job, and this gentleman, he was very brash about the stuff that he had, but the thing was, the dude was like morbidly obese. I think he weighed like 800 or 900 pounds, like legitimately. And he had a 90-inch TV. He had all this stuff going on, but his home wasn't quite up to par. So I go out there and I'm going to help him out, and we're gonna do the job, right? So it's an hour drive one way back and forth to Haight, and I did it. Got this signed, got the deal going, and that's when things kind of went south on me. I wish I would have never signed it.
That was your first roof?
That was my first roof, yeah. I wish I'd have never signed my first one. But he ended up forging a bunch of documents. His daughter was sending through the fax machine because it was back in the day of the fax machines. But she was sending like the bottom copy and was changing some of the wording on it, you know, to make it look like it was my contract. And, you know, it got a little heated. My first job. No, he paid me. Oh, he paid. I had to make a couple trips back and forth. I had a couple things that were, you know, I don't want to discuss here live, but I almost flipped his wheelchair over.
Hey,
too,
that goes me to Richie over here. You don't just sell in roofing, do you?
No.
No.
It's the best part of it.
When I tell people that their job's never done till the last check's collected, that you got to sell in the sales process, you got to sell in the build process, you got to sell in the collections process. Where do you see people fail in the sell, build, collect process?
Most of the people fail right after they get the sale. That's pretty true. Big thing is they don't know about the build process and they don't know about the collection process, and that's where a lot of people fail a lot. We just went over this in our sales meeting today, as well as our production meeting. You know, as far as the reps not knowing the process of how to build, what materials are, you know, involved in building the roofs. That's how
We
you lose.
call it becoming the TRD. If you're watching this right now, we want to make you the TRD.
That's right.
That means you can complete an estimate, do work orders, respond during the management of the job, be a fucking man, answer your phone, collect the money, get the referral. And even if something goes wrong, man, how many jobs go perfect, Richie?
One.
That one time.
That one time at band camp?
At one time at band camp, I had a job that went perfectly fine.
Okay.
But yeah, setting the proper expectations up front for the job with the customer. I mean, a lot of people don't do that. A lot of people are too afraid to have that hard conversation with their customers and let them know some of the things that could go wrong. I mean, if you set the expectations up front, we do like a pre-start checklist, and we let people know all of the bad things that can happen. Grandma's ashes are going to fall off the fireplace mantle. The screens are going to get ripped. The guy's going to shit in your backyard. The flowers are going to get damaged. You know, when it does happen, then the customers are like, oh, hey, guess what? The guy just shit in my backyard. Can you send somebody to clean it up? You know, and I use that as a funny example, but, you know, the other stuff really happens. Pictures fall off of walls, you know, screens get ripped. But for a homeowner that doesn't know and they just got their pool cage redone and they have their screens in there just get redone and you got to put a rip in it, it's the end of the world for them. So it's like a full-scale alarm and everybody in the whole company finds out about it. But if you tell them that happens, I already got a screen guy set up, ready to go, just in case this does happen. Don't worry about it, Ms. Jones. We'll be out there to fix it right away. Then you just de-escalated the problem before it even happened. And that's the biggest problem with sales reps is they're just too afraid to have those conversations.
So talk to them a little bit about your experience last year at the conference. You really didn't know me. You didn't have any idea. You'd been some other conferences. So the conferences that you went to before mine, what was different about them? What did you not like about those conferences? What did you like about ours?
The other conferences were just there wasn't as much value. They did have good speakers and stuff like that, but there wasn't really much value. It was a lot of more people just trying to sell you their product on the stage and stuff like that. I did sign up for some other programs for Sky Diamonds that were cheaper, but I didn't get the results that I was looking for. But like I said before, when I started talking about how I wanted to grow and I just didn't know how to actually grow, that's when I started looking around, and there was some guy that was out there bashing you all over Facebook. So I had to figure out who the hell you were because this guy kept talking shit about you. So then once I learned about it, that was right before the conference again. So I said, you know what? Hell, one of our mutual friends told me about the conference and ended up hooking me up with tickets. So I didn't even really know who you were before the conference. But I did when I went there. I actually was sitting at the table and everything was kind of hitting hard. And, you know, there was some stuff that you were saying that made me feel like I thought I could probably utilize this program and grow. And then you said it was the price of a small car. That kind of scared me away a little bit, but then I still was intrigued.
How much were you doing at that time?
I was only doing like 2.8 to 3 million at that time.
And what were your struggles?
My struggles were hiring more people to do sales and production and project management and stuff. It was like kind of like I was wearing all the hats. I had
You
to
were
like
great at doing, but you were terrible at delegating.
I was terrible at delegating, yeah.
And building a team and marketing, both
leadership I struggled with, communicating I struggle with, I still struggle with. I think sometimes I say things, but I guess I'm thinking it, and apparently I don't actually say it out loud. My wife's sitting here laughing because she knows that's true because I think I say things and I don't say it. But yeah, those were some of the things I was struggling with. Just having a team and knowing how to delegate all the stuff and utilizing the team to do stuff. You know.
So what happened? Like, where was the transformation at the event, and what happened afterwards?
I think when you came on stage at one point and you were basically kind of selling Sky Diamonds, and I started listening to everything you said, I was like, yeah, that hit. Yeah, I need that. And then that was kind of what intrigued me to go sign my name on a sheet to learn more information. And I knew I had to have it, but I was afraid of the price tag. I ain't gonna lie.
So when you jumped in and you started drinking the Kool-Aid, what happened?
Well, I started implementing all the stuff that I learned on it because we have a weekly mastermind call. And then we basically go over a new topic every week. And if you take that topic and you just go try to implement that every week. So we talk about one thing, you do that for the next week, you start to get a little bit of results. So as soon as I started getting some results, it started getting exciting. So then it was like, okay, what's next? What's next? And then as I just kept on doing that and growing, I started hiring more sales reps. I found the production managers I needed. I found the additional office people I needed. Now I have like a never-ending supply of new recruits. Anytime I need anything, it's funny when I look on Facebook and everybody's like, "Oh, I can't find sales rep. I can't find this," and I'm like, I got the cheat code to that. It's like anytime I need it,
Cheat code to that.
I got the cheat code to that.
What's the cheat code?
Give me 60 grand. I'll let you know.
So one of the things that you did to recruit really well is you started to tell your story more. You started to put yourself on social media. Your podcast went viral. My goal, if y'all are watching this, guys, every single person watching this right now is in a fight with fucking obscurity. Dude, I want you to get off the sidelines of social media. Richie, not everyone knew who he was. Now a lot of people know who he is. He started building a network within his community. He started dominating through Facebook and Facebook groups. So what's your social sales king's message for somebody who's trying to go from the sidelines to the front of the stage?
The social sales skills.
Hey, what'd you do? You were hiring. Remember whenever you started sharing everything and slamming the groups and commenting and engaging on everything in the groups, and then just constantly sharing your wins?
You're giving away all my secrets, aren't you? Look at you. All right, I'll do it to help out. Hopefully there's nobody in my hometown here on here. All right, so what I do is I type in whatever city I want to dominate. I'll type in, for instance, I'm in, let's say Port Charlotte. So I'm going to go into Port Charlotte. I'm going to type in the search bar, and I get all of the Port Charlotte groups in there. And then I add myself to every single one of those groups, and then I start adding all of my sales reps to those groups. And anytime somebody's looking for a roof, we go in there and we recommend ourselves. We private message the person, and then what we do is we start to set the pace with the customers. Once we get a customer from that group, we encourage them to go in there and recommend us too after we do a good job for them. So then we kind of have them go out. They'll give us a shout out after we're done with the job, and then anytime they see somebody who needs a roof, they'll recommend us from a customer standpoint. So now I have an army of like 30, 40, 50 people that recommend me on a regular basis. And now what we also do to keep them engaged is I make lists of the people I see that are recommending us on a regular basis. And then once every 2 months or 3 months, we're going to start sending them gift cards for like Amazon.
This is fucking fire shit, guys. Give him some heart. Seriously, this will work in any market, retail or insurance. And Richie actually took a fucking group over. This lady, she had created this new group, and there was all opportunity. I'm looking in it, and I'm like, holy shit. But there you were. You'd already had it. You already cornered the market. And you asked me, like, tell them that story, like, and what you got from it.
Well, I mean, it was a good group where they were recommended. We got the group admin. That's the other part to the thing, which I have in my town over here. I just did it again. I found an admin. You become friends with the admin. Ask them if there's anything you can do to help them grow the page or anything like that. Maybe sponsorship, do banner ads or whatever. So then you got the group admin. They kind of block out the other people. So if I give you $300 for a banner ad or $400 or whatever to help you out, because some of these are just like single moms sitting at home trying to, just the Karen, so to speak, you know what I mean? They got nothing better to do but regulate their Facebook group all day. So if you start throwing them a little bit of money, they're going to start blocking all the other roofers from being able to get any recommendations, and then they're going to post you and promote you a lot more. So that's another trick. I hope ain't nobody in here from
now. We've been giving them too many tricks. Now we're going to go back off to a sideshow Bob story. All right. Because, you've struggled with, like we're doing Roofers in Recovery, guys. If you buy a ticket to the event, we're going to donate to Roofers to Recovery. You're going to get 50%. All you have to do is call the number right there, text the number right here. You can comment below. But Richie, tell them about your rock bottom drinking that night and what to beware of in Key West.
Oh, Richie doesn't have a mic again.
Check your mic. Your mic's muted. Unmute yourself.
Oh, shit.
There you go.
Can you hear
Go
me
ahead.
now?
Tell us about the Key West story, the rock bottom of Richie.
All right. So we were down in Key West to go do a job, and the guy I brought with me wanted to go down to actual.
But
Key
first of all, you were going to get rich in the Keys chasing a storm, right?
No, this is before that. This is before
Okay.
Hurricane Irma hit. This was already after that. So this was before Hurricane Irma actually hit. We went down there to help a friend out in Marathon with his house. My buddy wanted to go drinking in Key West. I was against it, but we ended up going anyway. We ended up going to this bar. I had a couple beers. Some people that came by looking like women.
Some people.
They were people, he, them, it's, theirs, whatever.
Let's be woke and they were trans. That's the proper word.
They were giving out shots, and I took one.
The lady boys?
Huh?
The lady boys were giving out shots?
Yeah, so then my friend took one. He blacked out drunk, and I was fine. And then what happened was we ended up going back to the truck, and I was like, wait, we have to get out of here. I had to pull him away. He was trying to go home with the transvestites, and I was like, buddy, they're not girls, they're guys. And he's like, no, they're fucking hot. I want to go. I want to go. I'm like, no, come on, let's go. So finally, I had a friend of mine that was a girl there, and she helped me pull him away. We decided to go home, and then as soon as I got in the truck, I shut the door, and I basically blacked out. I don't remember anything after that except for I woke up in the middle of the road all the way up by Boondocks, the restaurant down there, which is way out of Key West. So I have no idea how I made it that far, and I was doing a sobriety test in the middle of the road. And I woke up, and I was just like, hey, what's going on, guys? And they were like, wow, he's back. And I said, back from where? He goes, Moon, Mars, I don't know. He's like, you're here. And I said, what? And so they asked me where I was. And I told him I was there. He's like, did you take any shots? And I said, yeah, I did. And he goes, well, you can't do that. He goes, they spike your drinks down there and they try to basically bring you back, roll you, rob you, whatever they want to do to you because you don't know. And I was like, oh, that makes sense, And I'm like, so we're good? I'm good. I mean, it wasn't really my fault. And they were like, oh, you're going to jail. And I was like, yeah, but it wasn't my fault. I didn't know they were going to.
I got drugged by the lady boys.
Yeah, they're like, so I ended up going and I woke up in jail. And I'm going to tell you right now, here was the biggest turning point of my life. And this is why I stopped drinking and never thought about drinking again. I woke up the next morning. It was Sunday morning. They somehow or another convinced the judge to come in there and try me. While we were waiting for the judge to come in there, they bought me breakfast. By the way, the people of Key West Jail, they're really nice. They bought me breakfast. We had a lot of fun. They make you watch a video. So they turn off the lights and they put on this video. and this guy's in the shower.
What's on the video?
He's in the shower and he's washing himself off. He's all happy and stuff. And all of a sudden the soap just goes flying up.
Slow-mo soap drop?
Yep, the soap drops. It hits the ground in slow motion. And then it just flashes to this big black guy standing behind him with a big smile on his face. And it says, if you see something, say something. Prison rape is real. And then that was the video ended. And then they turned on the lights. And I just stood there for a second. And I said, I'm getting out of here, right? And they all busted out laughing. And they were like, we have to make everybody watch that video. It's just, well, it was fun. But that was the actual turning point. I know it sounds stupid, but I was like, you know what?
You never want to put yourself in a position with Bubba in the shower.
Again, to where some big black dude's going to be able to, come behind me and want to drop the soap. So that's all I needed. That was the biggest harsh reality check I ever had. And I swear to God, I've never had a drink since that day. Never even thought about drinking. Now, smoking, this might be a little different story. I got to have the safety meetings, but,
They call that Cali clean.
Yeah.
They call that Cali clean.
Yeah, whatever it is. It's damn near legal now. Who cares? I got ADD really bad and I can't really focus in on something.
Some people would say that weed's not good for ADD. I would not be that person.
Yeah.
But I would say this. All right. Real simply, Richie, you drive hours to come work out with me twice a week. 7 a.m. We're in the winner's circle. What do we do? Why do you drive? What's the point of that?
Well, first and foremost, I wanted to get in shape, and Jamie's a good trainer. And second off, I get to spend extra time, making strategies and trying to help build the business. The ultimate goal when I joined up with Sky Diamonds was to eventually partner up with you. So that was, it enabled us to be able to know each other a little bit better. So that way, I knew eventually that you would probably figure out that I was a good fit for a partnership. So that was part of the strategy there.
Well, the strategy worked.
Yes, sir.
And so now we're business partners. We're taking over Florida. RCA, Leak Busters, Roofs Only. Richie's going to do about what? How much are you going to do in revenue this year?
I don't know, probably 10 or 12 million.
So somewhere between 10 and 12 million. When he first started in the program, 3 million. We're partners in business. And the reality is that he's covering the East Coast. He's got retail, he's got strength, he's got operations, he's got people. But together we're stronger. We're collaborate to dominate. And Roofs Only is on the West Coast. And together they're going to do about 20 million plus. Our company is going to do about 80 million. Roofs Only is going to be about 20 million. Richie's going to do 10 to 12. So we're about 110, 115 million dollars between us three companies. You know, with private equity coming into this industry and there being a gold rush, building a property, a business as a property, why did you decide to partner up, and what message do you have to say about collaborate to dominate to other people in the home service industry?
Well, they say the collaboration happens on the top, and a lot of people think about exit strategies in their business. They just don't know how to implement them. They don't know what the people are looking for, and they don't realize that if you're a smaller company, you're going to get lowballed by these private equity companies. They're not looking for the $3 to $5 million a year company. They're looking for guys that are making $1-2 million a year in profit. And if you get stronger with another company and you build yourself up and you guys all collaborate and we end up with a $10 to $20 million in EBITDA, we're going to get a higher multiplier than what most people are offering. Most of the people I talk to now that we're talking about selling their companies are only getting offered 2 to 3 time multipliers EBITDA. We can offer these guys like 6-time multiplier, which is double what everybody else does. And we're going to get it. We're going to get a chunk off the top. But what we're going to do is we're going to provide value to you. We're going to be able to come out there, implement systems, help you grow your.
The reality is Richie is a great coach within our program. Every week we talk about the recruiting strategies, the door-to-door, the retail, selling. And because Richie's such a good student, he's doing the work. He coaches the new students. And now moving forward, he knows the system like the back of his hand, and he can help you. So keep going, Richie.
Yeah, so that's what basically what you just said, what I was saying before I got cut off, is that basically we help you get to the point that you need to be at, to where you're making money, you're growing your team, all the struggles that you have. We've already been through all those struggles. So currently we're working on production struggles for teams. We were on the team call yesterday, or the mastermind call yesterday, kind of getting input from all of the other Sky Diamonds members. What are they struggling with? And then we're going to try to figure out how to do training courses for them to get them, get those struggles over. Because that is an issue when you start to grow too much, your production team can implode. So we want to make sure that we're not just a sales orientated organization where we help you grow your sales, but then all of a sudden you can't build the jobs and then you're starting to get bad reviews and everything else. So we want to give the whole package to the people and then help them grow and then hopefully collaborate with them and then be able to exit together to where we're all going to get a big, huge.
That's why at this Blue Collar American Dream Conference, I guarantee there's going to be 100 multimillionaires created. The biggest thing that we're trying to do is educate people, man, lift them up and empower them not to get in their own way. Guys, all the bad habits, all the fucked up belief systems, all the fucking victim thinking. Look, it doesn't matter what traumas that you face, who started their own business, who stabbed you in the back. I mean, Richie, you went through a really fucked up situation where you got drained and stabbed, and tell them about that.
So
He'll be right back.
And so that was going to be a good story. Microphone.
Can you hear me now?
Challenge. Yep.
I don't know what happened. Can you hear me now?
There you go.
Yes, sir.
I don't know what's going on my phone. So not knowing how to read my numbers in my business, being a predominantly salesman and builder, you think that you know how to sell a job, you know how to build a job, that running a roofing company is very easy. But if you don't know how to identify your numbers and read your numbers, it's very, very easy for somebody to skim money off the top. And I had somebody that was running my office that was basically skimming money. She was writing herself extra checks, and it ended up costing us, almost.
How was she writing her checks? Was she making up LLCs? Was she hiding?
She made up an LLC. She actually wrote herself like reimbursement checks, and she had her husband come in, was writing him reimbursement checks. She was doing work to her house and paying for it out of my checkbook. And me, that was when we were doing the work in the Keys after Hurricane Irma. So I was down there for months at a time, busting away work. We oversold, and then we had to go out there and build all those jobs. So I wasn't really paying attention. All I was doing was building and collecting, building, collecting. And she was just spending. It ended up landing us like almost $750,000 in debt. And then, that's when, I really had an eye opener of how to do it. I had to hire a consultant, like an accounting consultant. One of the last things I wanted to learn about was accounting. I had to figure it out. That's when I started learning how to read my numbers and everything. So that was a very costly mistake, not understanding how to read numbers.
Well, when you make a comeback, guys, it doesn't matter how bad of a situation it was. You lose $700,000, but you're able to come back. You're able to dig yourself out of a hole. It gives you a certain level of confidence, man. It's like you've been put under pressure. So the next time that you get under pressure, you've got this skill. And so how did you get out of the hole, and what did you do?
Well, first off, I wasn't even running insurance at that point. So I was straight retail, and basically I went out there. I learned the process of insurance. I hired some people that actually did some insurance for me, insurance work, and I figured out exactly how to sign people up. I didn't focus on the whole thing because it was so overwhelming. It was, how do I get these people to sign an agreement with me to where I can do a claim? And then I had people that worked on the estimating and doing all that other stuff. I found them through another roofing network, which was great. That was the one value that I did get out of that other company. But I figured out how to do that, and I went out, and that was when I really started knocking doors. And I literally would set my goals that I would not go home until I had 3 signed deals. I hear people all the time say, yeah, go, knock 40 doors a day or 60 doors a day or whatever. To me, that's bullshit. Like, you go out there and knock 60 doors, you're not going to get no deals. You're just out there literally going through the motions to knock the doors at that point. Me, I'm knocking every door like my life depended on it, because it really did. And I would say to myself, I'm not going home until I get 3 deals a day. And I was able to fill my pipeline up with a bunch of insurance work. And then I also had that was another lesson that I learned at that point, was I went all in on insurance, because, as soon as I seen the money I can make in insurance, I was like, wow, this is great. This is going to change my life. Well, then guess what? I had more cash flow issues because I was waiting on jobs to get funded from the insurance company. So then that's when I learned how to diversify my pipeline. And that's some of the things that I teach my sales reps too, as well, as diversifying your pipeline. But I'm not going to go into that too much right now, because that's part of one of my training that I do. But that's
so. Tell them about coming to the event and thinking that you were gonna. What were you thinking last time that you were at the event?
I was thinking, when I was sitting in that table, that I'm going to be up on that stage next year. I got to lose like 30 pounds.
Have you lost 30 pounds?
I never really wanted to speak in front of crowds or anything like that. I didn't even really want to do videos on Facebook. I really didn't like the sound of my voice. But for some reason, something kept saying to me, like, it almost like even brought tears to my eyes, that I was going to be speaking on that stage next year. So at that point, I had I figured everything I had to do was going to lead me to that stage. So.
Well, guys, we all have our own stage. And if the biggest battle we got to fight as business people and entrepreneurs is obscurity, people don't know who you are, you got to use the iPhone as a weapon. And it just means that the more hands you shake, the more money you make. If you're on this live stream, you're enjoying this, give me some hearts. We want to connect with you. I don't care if you're a salesman, entrepreneur, you're curious about our industry, you're in our industry. Our high-ticket home services industry goes way beyond roofing. It's roofing, it's solar, it's HVAC, it's windows, doors, general contracting. Hell, you could build swimming pools. I got a guy, he's making big money shoveling shit, man. He's got a fucking shit removal service. But it really doesn't matter, dude. Service in America's homes is a gold rush. Comment below if you think so. But if you're watching this, man, the best way for you to take advantage of me, my purpose, Richie, is to surround yourself and your body with our community September 1st through 3rd. And what happens, Richie, when you're around the group? Like, you've been to different events. What's different about our group?
Well, we elevate each other. We help each other out. It's kind of like a community that we just all thrive to be the best we can and improve each other, like iron sharpens iron. So you just get in around better people. If you stay around the same people, you're going to get the same results.
Yeah. Hey, Richie, we do have a question from Nick, who's one of our viewers. Kind of goes back a little bit, but when you got started, how many employees did you have and what were they doing? What were their responsibilities? And he says it sounds a lot like him. So you've got a guy that's watching your success and wanting to emulate
Nick's
it.
in our group. He's in Tampa. He's a black belt roofer.
Okay.
So he's doing a lot of retail.
Yeah. When I started, I had the three main people was me, myself, and I.
Wow.
I hired a really horrible office manager at first. So it was me and her. And then I had one other guy helping me do repairs. I didn't have a lot of people. I think I had about 5 people for the first 2 years, really. Other than my crews, when I primarily started doing repairs, and then I moved into re-roofs. I always done re-roofs for the whole time I was in roofing. For the last 28 years, I've always done re-roofs. But I set my company up to just be a repair company, so I could be done working at 2 o'clock, get some beer, get some steak, and barbecue. My biggest goal in business was to make enough money to have bigger parties. So I didn't really start growing until after I lost all that money and I got stuck with that. That's when I started really growing, because I had to sell more roofs. So I had to, get more people to help me run all those jobs and everything like that. And that's when I really started growing. And then before I met Lee, I only had maybe 10 to 12 people really working for me. Now I got 30 or 40.
And so a lot of guys, they get their self-worth out of the selling, out of the doing, out of the project management. And you're almost get addicted to laying on grenades, being a firefighter. You ever experienced that?
Yeah, every day, man. There's nothing better than putting out a fire or jumping on a grenade, because after you get done, you feel so satisfied, like you accomplished something. You know what I mean? It's like it gives you a sense of accomplishment. Like, yeah, I did that. I fucking fixed that problem. That homeowner was upset and now they're ready to give a check. Or, nobody can do it as good as me. So it's kind of like an ego thing, I think, it's a trap that you fall in. It's like it kind of makes you feel good to do that. So it's hard to delegate those problems out sometimes, because you want to feel that feeling of accomplishment. That's a trap. That's the biggest trap in this business, is being the guy that does everything.
Being the guy that does everything only gets you so far. How far did it get you, and where were you in that condition?
I was overworked.
How'd you feel?
I mean, I felt like I was never going to finish working. I mean, I was working hundreds of hours a week to try to do everything. At first, you think you're the only one that can do this good. And you might be right. You might be the only one that can do this good. But you have to learn to accept people that can do things at least 70% as good as you, and delegate that shit out to them, and then help train them. Teach them their mistakes. We constantly train. Every 3 times a week, we're training our production teams on different things, mistakes they made. What can you do different next time? You just have to keep on training the people. Eventually, they're going to be able to take their training wheels off and keep on moving.
Now, you always have loved to support an organization. There's a MMA group that's over there you've sponsored before.
Yep.
What do you like doing the MMA sponsorships, and what was it like last year at the fight night?
Well, I was supporting the Rise of the Warrior a lot. I just like that. It was I like supporting the local fighters. I like bringing my team out to the events. It's kind of like, everybody in town is there. You know what I mean? It's kind of like a social event. More recently, though, in the last 2-3 years, I've been supporting the St. Lucie County Sheriff's PAL program. That's where they take the kids off the street, teach them boxing, bring them around to tournaments, teach them fighting skills, take them out to do fun things. And, basically kids that can't afford or don't have any role models in their life. So I support them a lot.
Well, fuck yeah, Richie. I'll tell you what. The biggest challenge that we have sometimes is these mercenary sales reps. These guys work for contractor. Hell, this guy is not a mercenary, but Chuck, before I get the answer from Richie,
All right.
what's the problem with hiring experienced sales reps? You talk to a lot of roofers. They're on social media. They're back and forth. Like, if you have a whole business based off of just hiring experienced guys, what's the problem?
They already know more than you do, at least in their mind. And whatever they've done wrong, they're going to keep doing it because that's the way they know. And I'd rather bring in people that don't know anything and teach them the right way, or teach them at least my way. I don't know if it's right, but teach them my way and avoid all that crap. And then you know that they're going to leave you anyways because they're coming to you from somewhere else in the first place. So that's the way I always looked at it.
Richie, you had a bunch of good experienced guys come in, even put up some numbers, but then what happens?
The experience. Now, don't get me. I don't want people to take this.
You got 1 out of 10 that might be good, just like everyone else. 2 out of 10 that might be good, but
I had some good guys that own businesses in other states that will be coming back down this winter. You know, as soon as the ground thawed out, they went back home, obviously, and they told me that from the beginning. They were good, but of course they're used to different processes because they're doing stuff in other places and everything like that. So it's a little bit difficult to deal with them. Most of them are more problems than it's worth. You know, you think you got a guy that's, you know, fully seasoned, ready to go and start selling. They're going to cause more problems for you than anything else because, just like Chuck said, they just know it all. And they have 10, you know, you're never going to do it good enough for them. You're never going to build fast enough for them. You know, they're always going to complain about their money. They're going to always want draws because they jump from company to company. So they get screwed every time they jump. So to me, that my best sales reps that produce more money, 10 times more money than any of those experienced guys are guys that were green that we taught from the ground up. You know, those guys that don't know anything about roofing. I have a whole team of those guys right now that are working for me. They've been with me for a year, and some of these guys they're putting big numbers on the board, and they didn't know nothing about roofing, and now we're starting to train them more and more. But they're way better than the seasoned guys.
Guys, if you want to learn how to build a damn big sales team, you need to join us. If you want to grow a contracting company, a high ticket home services business, you only measure your growth based on how many successful salespeople you got that can go out there, generate their own business. If you can hire guys that knock on their own doors, then you can get jobs at, you know, a very low acquisition cost, almost nothing. But the reality is, like, the average sales rep sells 300 to 500,000 a year. So if you break down your goals, let's say you want to sell 20 million, how many salesmen do you need? It's 500 grand. You know, you need about 40 sales reps. And to get 40 sales reps that sell 500 grand, you know, just to get 40 sales reps, how many people do you think you have to go to? Like, they come in, they say they want to knock doors, they say they want to be a roofer. How many people do you think to get 40 you got to go through?
Oh, to get 40, you're going through 500 at least.
At least.
And how do we speed that process up, Richie?
How do you speed that process up? Just keep recruiting constantly every week. You should be recruiting, always be recruiting every week and getting more and more recruits in there. And then when you get the people, you got to give them the proper training so that way they stick. You got to help them get the first deal in the first week. So that way, when they get that first deal, they got money coming to them. They got money. When people first start, we give them money. If they get a deal, we give them some money up front in their hand. So that week they go home with cash in their hand, and that kind of keeps them engaged. And then it makes them want to go out there more and do it. But if you stack and starve these guys, then they're not going to stick around.
All right, so let's give him some hearts. This guy's fucking killing the game here, guys. I don't know what kind of questions you got, but chime in here for Richie. $3 million to $10 to $12 million while he's been in an elite program. The dude has built a brand as a social sales king. He's part retail, he's part insurance, and now we're partnered up. The reality is, guys, I don't know if you've heard, but we're on the borderline of recession. We're in a recession. The economy's fucking bad. I don't know if y'all have seen the movie The Big Short. Rich, you ever seen the movie The Big Short?
No, I haven't.
It's about the guy that bet against literally bet that the stock market was going to collapse in 2008, 2007. The stock market collapsed because banks were writing shitty paper. This guy saw it. And this same guy, he actually bet billions of dollars that we are on the verge of economic collapse, that the stock market may drop rapidly, even from where it's at. What's your thoughts on the economic condition? Biden says it's not that bad.
Well, I try not to focus on that too much, but I hear that there is some bad stuff going, and a lot of people are complaining about how horrible the economy is. The gas prices are high. That stuff never focus. I focus on what I need to do to make sure that I survive through any of that. I try to recession-proof myself, have multiple streams of income. I know that no matter what happens, I'm always going to be able to make money. And being in an industry like the roofing industry in particular, that's a recession-proof business, because if your roof is leaking or your roof gets tore off, or the insurance company says that you're going to drop your coverage if you don't get a new roof, well, you got to figure out whatever you got to do to get that roof. So if you got to get financing, you got to, sell a kid or a kidney, whatever you got to do, you're going to get your roof done. So this, to me, is kind of a recession-proof business.
No, it is a recession-proof business, especially when you're in Florida. You get a lot of storms, even without a hurricane, PSL, a lot of storms. And we work a combination of retail and insurance. We're advertising on social media. Talk to them a little bit about the Facebook leads. Like, were you doing videos, generating business from Facebook before?
No, not even. I didn't even know that existed. I didn't even realize till you taught me about the Facebook ads, and I hate that was one of the last things I did, by the way, because it was hard, because like I said to before, I did not like being on video. I didn't like the way I sounded or whatever, so I never wanted to go live or any of that stuff. That was the most important thing. So what I learned from you is like the hook story offer, basically getting somebody's attention in a video. When they're scrolling through, they see your ugly face pop up, you catch their attention, and then you're able to talk to the people, and you're able to connect with the people through the video. So by the time you get to their house, they actually feel like they know you. They already trust you, and that was a big game changer for us. And we got a lot of leads from the video ads. And we
Guys, if you want to grow your damn business, home service, doesn't matter what you are, doesn't matter what you sell. You need to make more offers. That's it. It's all about the offer. Okay. So literally, we'll simplify this whole thing. Sell for more money, make more offers. The best way to do it is use artificial intelligence, our phones, man. You ever thought about something, typed it in, talked about it, and all of a sudden you're getting fed ads, you're getting fed like content, you're getting retargeted by my ads. It's because the AI can tell that you want it. And so we've been feeding the AI, we've been split testing the data, and now we've got the number one system for contractors, and we're going to roll it out. We've generated 500 million in results. We're going to break it down for you. But Richie, I've got a guy in the lineup here that's a $10 million producer. He's RCA's top guy, and he's been running these leads. Dude, you killed it on this live stream, guys. You got to follow Richie. He's the real Richie Coletti on Instagram. And guys, he's going to be a speaker September 1st through 3rd. So look, it's not just about the big money speakers that you see over here on the screen. It's about the guys like Richie that went from $3 million to $12 million that are buying recession-proof real estate using like other people's money, like literally other people's loans, even, literally walking into properties and talking his customers into letting him take over and be the owner. He's going to show you how to do that. And pumped to have you out here speaking at the event. If you're watching this live stream, dude, you can donate to Roofers in Recovery. A portion of today's sales goes to Roofers in Recovery. All you have to do, guys, is like we got 2 weeks out from the event. And I know everyone's busy on their trucks, but the type of content that you're hearing today is the type of content that you're going to be hearing at the event. And Richie, what's your message for somebody that's thinking about coming that hadn't got their tickets?
I would say get your tickets. We have AC. It's hot as balls outside anyway, with climate change and all this other stuff. Why go barbecue? Why go on a boat? Come in there, hang out with the AC with us. and enjoy some of the fights and enjoy some of the speakers, learn, grow, and let's dominate.
Let's dominate. Collaborate to dominate. All right. We'll see you next time, Richie. We got our guy. This guy's a $10 million sales producer. He's only been in the business a couple of years. He gets the most 5-star reviews out of anybody at our RCA. He's the example of the real deal. He can sell, he can build, he can collect. He runs door to door. He runs his network and gets people referring him, but he also is able to close leads. He's an example of our diversified system. If you come to the event, we're going to teach you how to have $10 million producers like Mike. But Mike is also a guy who embodies integrity, excellence, and is someone, even if we've had previous guys that could really sell, this guy really aligns with our core values and gets great service and gets great reviews. And I just want y'all to unpack during this conversation how you can create a $10 million sales rep. Mike's got commercial deals. He's got big metal roofs, big tile roofs. He's got solar jobs, but his bread and butter is the regular shingle deal. Mike, what were you doing before you got in the roofing business, brother?
So before I got into the roofing business, and ultimately part of what led me here, I'll back up a little bit. When I was studying in college, I wanted to go into the medical field, so I was always interested in helping people. I had some health issues, decided not to do that. And then I was doing a few different things. I was doing basically finding real estate deals, doing some other stuff. But one thing I had always heard was like, people complaining about contractors, not to put us down, but like, don't trust this guy, whatever, blah, blah, blah. So once I actually started looking into, contracting and what roofing as a project manager or sales guy actually is, it was kind of a no-brainer that like, if you could just be honest and uphold your integrity, and my mind frame is I'm always in it to help the people, it was all going to work symbiotically with each other to where you treat people right. And my phone just goes off every day with deals.
Were you afraid of the door knocking element of the job?
I was not afraid at all, because a big part of what I was doing before was just cold calling people, trying to convince them to sell their house. So to me, in my mind, it was like, if I get to talk to somebody face to face and they could see me face to face and see that I'm being genuine and I know what I'm talking about, it was much easier. And also to me, door knocking is like modern day hunting. Like, you're going out, you're trying to find the right spot. You're going to knock the door, complete the offer in the right way, and successfully complete the hunt. So I was pumped about it.
So it's funny about your analogy for a hunter. I say that, it's your discipline of following the system that makes you so successful. You describe kind of like systematic approach.
So systems are huge in this, because it is sales at its core, and there's always factors you can't control. So the way that you control that is by controlling everything you can control, which is by building a solid system. So like coming into RRCA, they had Job Nimbus and the system that was in place. But when you're a sales guy or a project manager, your book of business, you have creativity and leadway as to how you can apply your own systems into the system, as long as you stick to the system in place, to maximize on what's there. So efficiency is a huge deal. If you want to be a high volume rep, your best friend's going to be relative peace of mind. So the way you do that, we talk about in meetings, the way I've done it at least, is put everything into the system right away. Complete the offer quickly, systematically. Everything's put together. By complete the offer? By complete the offer means, like, if you call me today, the first thing I always do is I get on the phone with somebody. If you called me today, we're going to talk about the roof. I'm going to order a roofar while I'm talking to you on the phone, to show like, hey, I'm on top of it right now. I'm going to send you a screenshot. I'm going to say, is this the house? And then they say, yeah, that's the house. I say, okay, I'm ordering right now. It's going to take me 24 hours to get that back, but I'm going to talk to you tomorrow, regardless. So once I do that, I send them a text message right away So they have my name, say Michael Herrera, project manager, RCA. And unfortunately now, like 2 years into the game, I have several nice reviews online. So to get them kind of excited to meet with me, when I send that text, I'll send them like 1 or 2 of my nice reviews. And then the very next day, if I hadn't set an appointment at that time, so like when I talked to them the very first time, I'm trying to set an appointment for as soon as possible. If that was not possible, I talk to them the next day, set the appointment, and then when I show up, I'm not showing up to chat about. I'm showing up to complete the offer. So what that means, I have a folder, a pretty RRCA folder. Let me show you. If I actually have like 5 offers I'm about to complete. So this is my stack of offers to complete today and tomorrow. And then I'm driving right now, so I'm not going to open up the folders. But I have the folders ready to go that when I meet with you, I'm going to have a roofar just for reference, and I bring the roofar with me. So if I need to estimate, if they want new gutters on the spot, I could figure it out. If there's woodwork, I could figure it on the spot and keep all the notes to myself. I have the estimate in there. I have all the pretty stuff from our company, meaning like our advertisement page that we're, an A+ business on the Better Business Bureau. I have our insurance information, our license, and then I always give them a list of my references. So from that point there, that very first time, one of the biggest complaints you get from homeowners or, issues, whatever you want to call it, is I can't even get anybody to come out and look. So in my mind, if you called me today and I showed up tomorrow with an estimate and everything put together and a list of references, when you've been trying for weeks for you to even come out and take a look, we're going to call from a client right now. We're already ahead of the game and the offer's completed, and now everything looks, you want to set yourself out from everyone else. That's a big part of it, and completing offers quickly is crucial.
So a guy that's running around signing contingencies and he's a badass salesman, but he doesn't complete any offers. I
don't hear anything.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
I think I gotta hop out and hop back in.
Can y'all hear me? There we go. Mike's got to hop back out, hop back in. But let me tell you something about Mike. He's a disciplined sales rep. Discipline equals freedom. He finishes his offers sometimes before, but if he has to go in after he completes the offer and delivers by email, the dude's sitting at 3, 4, 5 kitchen tables a day. And now he runs almost totally off word of mouth referral. But one of the things that we do is we load them up. See, we're generating leads through social media, these same leads that Richie was talking about. Mike, dude, he has an insane closing rate. So these internet leads, Mike, what's the secret? You got a high closing rate. Tell them a little bit about the Facebook leads and why you'll drive all over Kingdom Con to close these deals.
So the Facebook leads are always going to be good leads, right? Because they reached out to us. So that means there was some sort of interaction. They're perceptive to hearing the offer. That really, once that information is given and they're perceptive to hearing the offer and seeing what's going on, I'll drive. I've been driving just about anywhere to complete that offer because the interest is already there. So the company does a great job putting together the marketing and everything else that I feel very beholden and responsible that if I'm with the lead that, is potential business, that it's my responsibility to run it quickly and how I would any other appointment with my little system I have going on. So those appointments are good. They already have interest. You show up, and, I complete the offer in the same way pretty much every single time that I was talking about before.
So at RCA, what are some of the other benefits? We don't just do residential. You got something called a blue collar lottery ticket. What's a blue collar lottery ticket?
So the blue collar lottery, which I've actually hit, is when you show up to a commercial lead, everything just goes beautifully, sign a deal.
So you broke up on us.
And it's 7 buildings of tile, like nearly 100 squares of building, and help explain to people because the first goal is to invest a little bit see if they have an adjuster working it, see what's going on. You find out a lot, and kind of can get into the person's mind a little bit to see how best to navigate. But yeah, through the lottery, and then also the I think you had said supplement. So supplementing's beautiful because you know, when you give like an estimate of where you really want to do the job as a retail, you're almost always higher than the initial insurance payout. And I use that to my advantage because I have example scopes with me. I blot out the like sensitive information, but I have example insurance scopes with me. And I say, look, you know, here's my retail price, meaning if you sign a contract today, this is what I want to do it for and just be done. But looking at your insurance paperwork, you could see that they're not quite paying that. And then I give them a concise breakdown of what Xactimate is, you know, code upgrades, cost incurred, ACV versus RCV. And just by showing that little bit of knowledge to them, it builds confidence. It's all the truth. And then I explain to them how through supplementation, even though my estimate was for 27K and insurance is only paying 23K, I will put on a contract 23K and I will not charge you $1 more. I'm going to supplement insurance for the rest. So, you know, that's another part of completing the offer if you're going into that a particular situation like that.
Guys, give this man some hearts. He works daylight to dark. He's working to be $1 million earner with our RCA. And guys, what we're doing is we're about to cover how we sell residential, high-end residential, how we sell the commercial jobs. Mike is literally one of our very best guys of all time. And one of the ways that you can repay, help us raise the status for blue collar, help us raise more money for roofers in recovery, is you can share the stream. Give me some hearts if you think it's just not right that OxyContin has killed contractors, blue collars, regular people that might have been in pain, like my uncle who had injured his back and went 25 years as a heroin addict clean. And literally, you know, after his back flared up, I'm going to tell you something, man. The doctor prescribed him the opiates. He got back on opiates. It was a slippery slope. And unfortunately, you know, that led to his demise. And so I just want y'all to know y'all can support Roofers in Recovery. You can help join the fight for your own American dream, but to raise the status for all the working class. Look, dude, dirty jobs makes clean money. And we're trying to make it cool for the youth to learn work ethic, to learn that not to put their nose up in the hair and be really like ashamed to go into the trades industry. You know, college is more now going into debt, and people are realizing college. You got a couple degrees? No. School of Hard Knocks. School of Hard Knocks. I can just tell y'all. Eric Overbeck, he's there with Roofers in Recovery. He has a similar story that, dude, half measures spelled us nothing. You know, without my higher power, I would be a complete wreck. To be honest with you, living version of my higher power is my wife keeping my ass straight. I call her my warden. Give me some heart. If you know that behind every great man, there's a great woman. And for my guy, Mike Herrera, he had one of his customers come in here, Mark, says, I can attest to everything Mike just said. He sold me, he's working on my case, and he sold me on going to the Blue Collar Conference. And guys, that's the unfair advantage in sales, building a relationship. And Mike does that. It's pretty cool that a customer would want to come to be a part of our big picture movement at the Blue Collar American Dream Conference. I actually thought they needed to invite more of our actual clients to the event. So chime in here with questions that you might have. Chuck, I want to hear a little bit about your story. A lot of controversy with Lee Haight. You know, we'll get into the controversy and the drama, okay? So a lot of people say I'm a fake guru. And I don't know how you can pay 3,000 roofs a year, 20 years in the business. All these people like Richie Coletta. Yeah, we got a bad echo. That's how come live. Yeah, we're all messed up. Hold on, guys. That's why we're losing them.
All right. Well, the echo should be gone now, right?
Eric, is the echo okay? More.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Come on, Chuck. Tell them where you come from.
All right, so we're gonna talk about it. I came down here 75 days ago, and I got called by Lee. I was over in San Antonio. I was just kind of floundering around a little bit, kind of lost. It's been a weird couple years for me, but you know, Lee is a guy I've always followed. I've always kind of paid attention to because I see what he's got going on. And I'm not gonna lie, I've known Lee for 7-8 years. This guy's always been good to me. He's never done wrong in any way, never cheated me, never screwed me, never lied. So when he called me up, I just jumped on a plane and came down here because I really wanted to see for myself too. Is Lee really like as bad as everybody says? Because I'd never seen it. And dude, I'm sitting right here next to
So
the guy
you're one
right
of the
now.
guys that when people talk shit, you want to like find out.
I want to find out. I mean, I always say, look, I form my opinions on people based on my
You know what they
experiences with
say?
them.
They say fuck around and find out.
Hey, dude, there's a video of me getting choked out in your front yard on the 4th of July. So I found out, but I don't want that to get clipped up and misconstrued as Lee like beats up his employees or anything. But
yeah, dude.
I was there.
Ask
And,
Carson.
right? Well, he's a minor too.
It's
No, that's a
fucked up.
totally different story.
That is really fucked up.
Different stories. But yes, it's been awesome down here. I haven't seen anything out of the ordinary that I didn't expect. Obviously, when you come to work with a guy like Lee, you know pretty much what you're getting. You know, he puts himself out there daily hundreds of times. So it's not like I was surprised that Lee was who he is.
Intense motherfucker.
Exactly. And I've been here for 75 days. I did 200 miles of running in June. Last month, I hit the gym every single day. And I've been doing abs every day in August. And, you know, if you're in this room and you're in this office and you're not trying to be better on a daily basis, you get filtered out. I think that's what happens to a lot of people is they can't hang with that. And it's easier to blame Lee and say he's a dick because you didn't succeed than it is to say, hey, man, Lee was holding me accountable and I didn't do it. So that's the way I look at it. I did want to ask Mike a question, but I see he's gone. But I'll say this, I've gotten my paycheck every week since I've been here. I've never had an issue, and
right,
Lee treats me good.
Let's unpack it, guys. There's a real dirty job that it involved in when you're building a sales team. Okay, you're hiring a sales guy. Your biggest fear is that this guy may become your competition. The biggest fear is you'll put your heart and soul into somebody, and then they'll just crush your guts. Maybe they don't take it seriously enough. They're entitled. They want to be paid. They give you lip service. You overpay them. Maybe they're so fucking good at making money when you introduce the industry. I say there's 3 types of workers. You know, you got your camels. You know, a camel is someone who can go and go. It doesn't require a lot of water, you know, but they move slow as fuck. And, you know, you got your donkeys. Your donkey's another one that's going to just put one foot in front of another, be very consistent, load up its back. But, you know, it's not getting anywhere really fast. And got a terrible echo on the host end. But the reality is you got your thoroughbreds. And a thoroughbred is somebody that you just slap on the ass and they just fucking go. And let's see, what are we doing here?
I don't know. It's echoing somewhere. I don't understand what's going on. We've just been sitting here, so I don't know. Okay, now we're back.
Sound fine on Aaron.
All right,
cool. Fuck yeah.
We'll go with you, Eric.
Anyways, dude, sometimes a thoroughbred, you just smack them on the ass. They go out there, they knock on doors, they make you a lot of money. And all you want to do is just tell yourself this fucking, like, almost like you buy into this fantasy that they're this like life savior. And sometimes these guys aren't the best at, you know, being honest with customers, upholding your brand, being the real deal. And you got to mold them. You got to provide support. But a lot of times the success goes to their head. And whether they want to start their own business as an entrepreneur, which is actually a good thing, or they want to try and see if the grass is greener. The reality is that's their right. And the hardest part about a business owner is training people that you know may leave and having faith in them anyways. I call it the 12th step of roofing. You have to like profit before profit. And to profit before profit means like Jesus and God put me on this earth to help blue collar entrepreneurs. I'm here to empower you. I'm here to let you know I'm a degenerate dumbass that worked at a car wash directly after high school. And if this dumbass can build $100 million business, then you can have massive success as a blue collar entrepreneur. And I just love that my family taught me this industry. They taught me this skill. They pushed me. And I feel like I have a debt to society that I have to give back. And my purpose is to introduce people to this opportunity, teach them that dirty jobs makes clean money, help them build character, confidence, and freedom. So to profit before profit means that my job is to give away my secrets, is to help people, is to get people successful before I worry about making money. And this is the biggest problem that I see with contractors. You think that you are helping people to make money first. What's your opinion on that?
I think you definitely got to make money. If you don't make money, you're not going to be around to help too many people. So that's kind of been the way I've looked at things. I've been backwards in my life. I've always said that money wasn't that important to me. I come to find out it is.
Okay, so that's an important thing. So a lot of times, guys, a goal without a deadline isn't anything. So what I want you to start thinking about, Chuck, I'm individually coaching Chuck. Chuck, we need a 30-day, 90-day, and 1-year goal. We need big, hairy, scary goals. We want visions of things that you can put on your iPhone to look at every day. The reality is that we need exact numbers. We need exact targets. We need exact things that you're going to do with your money that create a feeling in your gut. And so many of us think under pressure when there's someone's foot on your neck that you do have to worry about making money first. But dude, overall, I've done this thing for 20 years. And there's been a lot of times where I went backwards in money, backwards in effectiveness, backwards. But I did what I had to do to make the income. And the reality is like as soon as the biggest shift for me was seeing my uncle, I went into his, my uncle committed suicide. And if any of y'all know anybody that's died from their own hand, whether it's a drug overdose on accident or it's suicide, it's a different kind of sad. And you just think about the impact that that person could have on the world. But one moment of complete intense feelings, ended everything. And I went to his funeral and I noticed how many roofing contractors he'd helped, how many people had their own companies that were successful. There was over 1,000 people. And I looked around and I said, you know what? This is the purpose of his life. And if I ever struggle with depression, anxiety, and the issues that could lead to those type of consequences, then I better get busy spreading my information, spreading my education, helping people.
It's down as low as it goes.
It is down as it goes. Yeah. Yeah. So that being said, that's when I started to I realized I needed help. And a lot of times, guys, the answer is who, not how. And for me, the who was a coach. I needed somebody that had been there, done that I could follow their path. And unfortunately, this guy wasn't in the roofing business, but maybe it was fortunate because it gave me a concept. So if I could be known, if I could build a social media brand, if I could get really good at marketing, and if I could become a better salesperson, then anything was possible. And so they had this big idea to sell Grant Cardone roof. It cost me a lot of money. They closed me. You know what the secret to being a good leader is?
Tell me.
Being a good follower.
There you go.
So you're on the right track. If y'all are watching this right now, that may be your biggest problem. When the answer to fix your business and your personal problems is who, and they show up in front of your face, you want to know about how, and you don't have faith in people, and you cancel out the opportunity. And so for me, when the opportunity showed up, I broke bread. I gave them hundreds of thousands of dollars. Ended up taking 18 months to get the roof approved and built. By the time that I got to the completed job, man, we got a supplement approved, and Grant used other roofers to finish the job. And so it kind of was a kick in the gut. Even though I accomplished my goal, the money that I spent in consulting versus the amount of profit on the job, it was almost a wash. But the reality was Sky Diamonds University was born. I, from that point on, hired Russell Brunson as a coach, learned how to advertise for profit. My business at that time was doing about 15 million a year. The next year we did like 25 million. The next year we did like 40 million. The next year we did like 60 million. This year we personally, all RCA, will build about 80 million, but we've made 3 acquisitions. Southers Construction, 18 million. Leak Busters, 12 million. And Roofs Only, $24 million company. So we're a 120 to $150 million in revenue company in 2023. And this is all because of a concept of profit before profit. That if you're a do-aholic, if you're a slave to your own business, if you are trapped in the grunt work, it's because you're not educating enough people. It's because you're not investing into your team. It's because you're not practicing the 12th step of roofing. That it's your job to be a prophet. The same way someone's going door to door asking people to get saved by Jesus. If you know that it's your job to go out there and be a prophet for blue collar entrepreneurship before you worry about making money, if you know that you're there to be a prophet to take care of your customers the same way Jesus would, then let me tell you something. All the profit in the world is going to come in your pocket, and you don't have to worry about the money. It doesn't matter how long it takes. As long as you're righteous and you keep following through. Now you can't avoid the hard work. My man Nick is in here. He's the black belt roofer. He's from Tampa. He just got involved in the elite program. Nick, had you ever hired a business coach before, bro? He's in the truck too, man. Tampa, Florida is one of the retail hotbeds for roofing and solar. Nick would be a good guy to partner with because he can get them done. He can get them done right. He can get you paid. You there, you there, buddy? Here's the deal. Nick is a practitioner of jiu-jitsu. He's a black belt. And the thing about jiu-jitsu is you got to be okay with sucking. And, you know, whenever you're going into something new in business, you're decent in sales. Sometimes, you know, you might have a little bit of early success, but eventually you're going to get kicked in the gut. There's going to be something that you're not good at. If you're good at sales, you're not good at operations. If you're good at operations, you're not good at sales. And, you know, one thing about jiu-jitsu is it teaches you how to like suck at something, but still show up until you don't suck. Is that what jiu-jitsu teach you, Nick?
That's what's up, man. Dude, like, this has been a crazy week for me on a lot of levels, but after the mind-blowing experience yesterday on the Thursday Zoom, I'm just like shaking my head in defeat, and man, I've been down that road so many times, and jiu-jitsu has definitely been that same process, where you think you got it figured out, and then it kicks you in the face. But I was at the doctor the other day. I had a new MRI X-rays done, so we're like just counting the herniated disc and all the problems, and you know, rather than looking at it like, hey man, I'm gonna stop training or stop doing what I do, you know, it's just the motion that keeps us going. You know, the feeling of being alive. So yeah, I just
Nothing a little stem cell can't fix.
Yeah, man. I mean, you know, and other stuff. But yeah, so what's that mean? I just talked to my chiropractor that also trains with us, and we just come up with a new plan, man. And it's just, you know, another day of overcoming rejection, just getting kicked in the teeth and getting up and doing it all over again.
So talk about your journey in roofing. When did you start in roofing?
It was so like I got my license in 2008, and I did a couple years, 2 years of roofing, like kind of right before the recession. I was doing it myself and running a crew, and it was probably the hardest thing I'd ever done. And I was like, this is ridiculous, and kind of went into some other fields and, you know, law enforcement and stuff a little bit there for a while. Was kind of still doing the roofing, you know, occasionally part-time, and I was, you know, doing some GC stuff too, but a lot of labor still. And it really wasn't until the pandemic, man, that a lot of my contracts and things got canceled for what we were running, kind of on the GC end. And I was calling around a few of my buddies, and they've got roofing companies, and they were telling me how they're just slammed, and they're literally not even meeting these homeowners face to face. They're sliding checks and contracts under the door, and I'm just sitting there at home with nothing to do. And from that day forward, we kind of embraced, you know, technology that's never typically embraced by, you know, us roofers, and started to utilize things like Job Nimbus, you know, CRM, Sumo Quote, not doing things on carbon copy paper, and even like running Facebook ads, you know, kind of on a simple elementary level. But, you know, point was it was like a dawning of a new age for especially like our industry in roofing. A lot of our processes in Florida now, with the way we replace these roofs, I could get behind. You know, I can sleep at night knowing that not every one of them is going to leak. And it was from that point forward, man, that we just focused solely on roofing. And
well,
it's
your
just been
story is one that a
another.
lot of contractors have. You were doing all different trades. You recognize there's a lot of money in roofing. All you got to do is sell the job. It's a little bit easier. It's easier to duplicate. You can find the crews.
Yep.
And, you know, one of the things is it doesn't matter if you're in remodeling, home service, general contracting. Look, you can apply the strategies from Facebook ads, door to door, all the different operations techniques to your business. But you might, when you come to our conference, realize that our business is a nice add-on to any general contractor's business. And that's basically what Nick talked about is, hey, let me figure out how I can create a roofing sales company where, you know, I can have lots of crews to get the jobs done. All I have to do is worry about the jobs. And then you were actually the guy with the fucking tool belt on. I mean, you represent taking the tool belt off. You did that long before you came to me. But what was the hard part about that?
Bro, it's still my biggest struggle, man. It's my struggle right now. I mean, even today, actually, when you message me, I'm on a roof here. You know, I have a simple low repair, and I'm honestly, I'm just here to try to help this customer out because that's one of my, you know, hooks. But you know, that did take a toll on my body. That was probably the biggest struggle I had, you know, third generation contractor. Everything I did by myself. You know, my existence was like kind of directly tied to, like, you know, what I could do with my own hands.
Your identity was your craft.
Profitable. Yeah. You know, and that's, I feel like in construction, it's that's like the mindset as a whole. And it's so hard. Like even what Richie was saying, like, you know, we see things, you know, through one lens, and we think that we are the best fit. We are the best tool for every process and application. And you know what it was? I think it was like when I hit like 32, like I started to realize, like, I'm not the fastest person. I'm not the most efficient at swinging a hammer or carrying shingles up a ladder. Like age was already starting to catch up with me. And that was kind of like my turning point where I was like, okay, it really is smarter, not harder. And you know, like I said, embracing things since COVID and making the switch, and, you know, even getting signed up with you guys, it's like it's tough, man, because I'm accepting
That's
the fact
big
that
fucking tough thing. Come on, you went to the event last year.
Yep.
What was your experience at the event?
I thought it was amazing. You know, on a lot of levels, just hearing similar stories and similar struggles, and, you know, people in the same situation as myself. And I mean, in this industry, you know, I think to a point we're all in the same sharing the same story. You know what I mean? We've all got obscured vision in terms of what you can or can't do with a business. And I don't know, man, it's lonely too, because people don't want to give you information or knowledge. And that's why you got to kind of be a part of a bigger network, you know, have a coach, you know, a mentor. If not, everyone's running around out here like what they have is trade secret, and they're not going to share it with you. It's just crazy. But, you know, man, the event was awesome. I wanted to sign up then. I was a little worried about the money, you know, and the way I've learned to look at things in the last year, just from that conference, it's just been eye-opening because I'm able to delegate. You know, I've got my wife on now full time. I've got, you know, still my one sales guy. I'm working on trying to recruit there, and I've got a production guy now also. He's new to the industry, but I'm training him. And I finally felt like with just me being able to let go and delegate to a point, like this was the time, you know, and I could see it. I could see that these other people that I was surrounding myself with, I mean, they were in their own areas, they were better than I, you know, or good enough. And man, I'm just looking to grow, and anything I can soak in, I'm trying.
Well, dude, you're doing a damn good job, because the first step is being willing to put yourself in an uncomfortable spot. I mean, the training is, I'm not the cheapest. I probably am the most expensive high ticket home services coach. There's no doubt about that. I've generated more results. It's expensive on purpose. I want people that are serious. And once you pay the price to hire me, you got to pay attention. And
Yeah.
the one thing that comes with being that guy is there's always lots of critics. And one thing I like about jiu-jitsu is you get to find out who the person is when you're rolling with them, when you're training with somebody. Why does jiu-jitsu really show who a person is?
It's not easy, man. You're just literally putting the goal is to put your opponent in a position where they're not comfortable, essentially where they will fail. And that's obviously your objection to winning. You know, and it's funny because, like, you know, there's different mentalities with every belt, you know, white, blue, purple, brown, black. And it wasn't until like I was a later kind of brown belt, and even when I got my black belt, I mean, it was like every time I got a belt, I saw things from a different perspective. And I mean, man, I could elaborate on all that for months, but you know, it was like you're just, man, it's just not easy. It's a revolving door, dude. There's so many people that come and go. It's like reps. I mean, 50 walk in and 45 walk out.
And people give me a hard time. They say something's not working over there. He's a fake guru. A lot of people leave the gym. They don't succeed in jiu-jitsu, or they don't succeed in Lee's business, and that means he's a bullshit coach. What do you think?
It's so much like life. It's just not even funny. Like the comparisons, the correlation is just, it's spot on. Like however you want to spin it. I mean, it's putting people where they're most vulnerable, you know, putting them in an uncomfortable position, like class after class, you know, constantly trying to break them down and chip away at their ego if they're new, or, you know, just expose them to their vulnerabilities. And you either go home and you write that shit in your diary and you accept it, you know, dear diary. And then, you know, you learn from it, you grow, you move forward, or you're just constantly caught in the same rut. And that's the journey of anyone, you know, in life, business, the gym. So the quicker you can identify these things and then essentially get your ego out of the way and accept and realize that you don't know everything, you will succeed. And the more reps you can put in, the better you'll get at it, the more efficient you'll become. And next thing you know, I mean, you'll level up in life and in business. So it's
so
huge.
I'm doing something pretty cool, man, and it's really starting to kick off. This Blue Collar Fight Club is, the jiu-jitsu community is like fucking digging this, dude. We've got all these guys competing for 25 grand. We've got a bunch of super fights. Amanda Nunez is going to be there. Tito Ortiz is going to be there. Gilbert, Forrest. Of course, we got Nick Clark, the bat bow roofer. But it's going to be 300, 400 people from Florida jiu-jitsu scene mixed with all of blue collar entrepreneurs.
That's crazy.
And the goal is to change the jiu-jitsu guy's life. But the jiu-jitsu guys are going to change the roofers' lives and contractors' lives too. Because everybody's going to get the opportunity to train with Gilbert Burns. They get the opportunity to choke me out, take me down, hold me down. I can't wait. I'm sure there's going to be some bad motherfuckers get me. But the reality is like getting jujitsu and personal development in the same event. It's about you find what you are passionate about, and your network is your net worth. So how do you, you know, combine your passion or what you love with your other passion, which is your business? And the idea is it doesn't matter if you're into motorcycles, if you're into cars, if you're into mountain bike riding, if you're into ultra marathons. There's a community of people you can connect with and then build your own brand within that community and then get that community into your business. And as a black belt roofer, man, I'm hoping that you invite a lot of the people from your home gym, because I think those people might end up gravitating towards accepting the opportunity from your company. And so, what do you think this event is going to look like? We got some of the world's best grapplers that I'm sure everybody watching this doesn't really understand. Tell them what we got going on.
Well, I mean, there's like, they don't even know if they don't know. I mean, these are high level people that compete across the U.S. I mean, like full time.
World champions.
Yeah, I mean, literally the level on which they train. I mean, this is like they're like that's the NFL versus high school program. It takes so much work, man. It takes so much effort, to even get to that level, let alone maintain that level. A lot of these guys, like even Poirier was at the last event. I mean, that dude walks around like he'll take a challenge anytime. He doesn't care. He's just always in amazing condition, and that's what it's like to be like high level, and and it's so inspiring. And I think the biggest thing, like with jiu-jitsu too, is it is that like grit, kind of like part of the blue collar economy that have cut their teeth in, the hard way. And the gym is the same way. This is not like going to LA Fitness and just sitting on the flat bench and getting your Facebook scrolls in.
Somebody's trying to kill you. I mean, not literally,
like,
but they're trying to choke you out.
Yeah, like if you don't do something about it, like they're going to make you sweat. They're gonna make you work out. They're gonna put you in those awkward and uncomfortable positions, and it's up to you, man. It's like fight or flight. So and you do that, if you make it to the blue belt level, that's the biggest dropout period, and it takes most people a year, 2 years ish to get there. That's typically the point in which everyone's like, all right, man, I made it. I'm not the new guy. I'm not going to be picked on all the time. I'm going to start attacking and stop just defending. And then they realize, hey man, it's like, it's a whole nother level now, now instead of having the blue belts look at you, you got the purple belts looking at you, and they're wanting a piece. And, man, it is just, it's nonstop. It's doggy dog. Even me, where I'm at.
He's over there on the beach getting a call, but the goal is to teach Nick how to use his brand as a black belt and to participate in the same community and get people from the same live event. And I've never seen a bunch of regular entrepreneurs and regular people at a roofing event. Have you ever seen that?
No, I never have, but I don't consider yours a roofing event either.
Okay, what's the difference? What's my event like? Who is my event for?
Your event's for anybody that wants to be better. Honestly, it's personal development, it's growth, it's networking. I mean, I'm sitting in this room right now with you because of your event, so it definitely works.
Guys, and if you want to get a ticket, now's the time, dude. We're doing 50% off. A portion of your proceeds goes to Roofers in Recovery. We're doing this live stream, dude, for 6 hours. We're gonna keep it fucking going, and I'm so pumped because the next story is awesome, dude. Let's connect. Here we go. We got a jiu-jitsu conversation coming on here. Let's let them both on.
Let's do it.
Get everybody on here. Let's get us all.
What's going on, guys?
What up, Ben Kunzel? He's in the house. He's the collaborator. He's put together the Blue Collar Fight Club lineup. He's the promoter, and we got get Nick in here.
Hey,
too.
get Nick back on there, guys.
Let's see here. Nick's coming back. Add to the stream.
There we go.
All right.
Hey, what's up?
What's
All
up,
right.
Nick?
All right. So we talking contracting. We're talking jiu-jitsu. You came in at a perfect time, Ben, because we were talking about the Blue Collar FC. Nick's a black belt. He's out of Tampa. Nick, where do you train out of? Who's Who are you a black belt under?
It's Fabio Novaes.
Nice, man.
Nice,
How long you been training?
nice.
Dude, I've lost track. I say now like 16 years, and I mean it's, it's on and off. It's just it's not bro. It's just what I do, man. I mean, like, and I've had injuries, kids. I mean, all sorts of setbacks, work. But yeah, I've been training a long time, man. I hope my body stays in good enough, physical condition that I can do it for the rest of my life. That's the goal.
Amen, my brother. And Ben is still doing a little jujitsu. He's got a what'd you say, a paraplegic jiu-jitsu match, maybe? Is that what you said, Ben?
Maybe a quadriplegic match.
A quadriplegic match. So I don't got my terms straight, but Ben has got an incredible story of motivation. And he was on the roofs. He was one of our top roofing sales guys, and he was also a world-class fighter. Tell him about your goal about a year and a half ago, what everything in your life revolved around.
Yeah, man. So before I was my passion's always been jiu-jitsu, but jiu-jitsu, as a lot of people know, doesn't always pay the bills, right? So I got into roofing because I had a friend who put me in contact with Lee, and I found that I was able to still train a lot, and I still had time to actually make money and be able to pay rent, which was like a dream come true to me, right? And then I did that for about a year and a half, maybe 2 years, and then I had an accident, actually a training accident, and I broke my neck, and it left me paralyzed from the biceps down. So for a while, that was like a complete vegetable, just in the hospital doing therapy full time. But he told me, whenever you're ready to get back to work, you let me know. And he gave me this opportunity to help him organize his Blue Collar FC. I'm helping him with his Dream 100. I'm helping him with inside sales. Yesterday, we went door knocking. We got 2 deals and 4 door knocks. It was pretty epic.
Let's go into that first day door knocking. One of the things is a lot of people with your condition, where are they at a year and a few months after their injury?
Most people are still in bed, bro.
They're still in bed. So what happened? What happened on your injury?
So what happened was I was training, and I went to take my friend down, and we kind of slipped, and he fell on top of me, and he landed on the top of my head, bro, and my neck literally just went, and my neck popped out of place, and my bones pushed into my spinal cord, and from that point on, I couldn't feel anything or move anything below my head, really.
Man, sitting there, it was a few days. I don't know, it was 2 days after. What were your thoughts in that state, in that hospital?
Man, at first, I didn't realize how serious it was. At first, I thought it was one of those things that, like, oh, I'll be hurt for a month and I'll be back training, and who cares if I have to miss this tournament coming up. But then as time went on, I started really understanding how severe the injury was. I realized that it's a long-term thing and that I have to accept it as my new reality. But that doesn't mean give up, right? That means accept, understand, and then keep taking the proper steps forward to keep making improvements, right?
Adapt and overcome. The main thing I've seen from you from the very beginning is a not just a attitude of hope, but an attitude of enthusiasm. Nick, going through struggles in jiu-jitsu and business, how does having a good attitude or be enthusiastic help you in life?
I mean, bro, it's so powerful. Like I was literally just telling the OB, my office boss, the wife, this yesterday. I was like, man, like it was like a big reflection day. And, I'm when I get into that mode, I'm like torching villages, and crushing bridges. And so I had to kind of reel myself back in and it's like, dang, I was like telling her, I was like, babe, man, it's like, it's amazing how you can be a black belt in one thing, right? And then be a student of or a white belt in something else. And I was like, that's the way I feel like right now in business, man. Like I feel like where I had made all these positive gains, now I'm like right back at square one. But being a white belt, the reference, and I was using that in terms of listening. And if my biggest thing, man, is telling myself like over and over again in my head to shut up and listen. you know, and have a positive attitude and you know, be, you know, be enthusiastic. I mean, be the light, be the reason, you know, not all the negativity and the root and the cause of all this other nonsense that goes on in the world. Social
Amen,
media
man.
is a big suckhole.
Amen. And
It's so
so,
frustrating.
Ben, can you talk a little bit about being a world champion jiu-jitsu, man, but realizing, God dang it, I got to make it as a businessman, starting over?
Yeah, man, of course. I think we actually had a interesting conversation yesterday where we talked about, you know, like being it takes a lot to build yourself up to be the best in anything, right? It takes a lot of work, it takes a lot of dedication, it takes a lot of time. But in life, it's important to be multifaceted, multidimensional, right? So if you just have one thing that you're very good at, for example, let's say I'm very good at jiu-jitsu, but I can't work, then that makes life very difficult because now, even though I might be super athletic and everything, you know, if you can't pay bills, you can't do nice things, you can't go out on vacation with your family, that makes life difficult. Learning, I think, business specifically, because that's what we're talking about, right? Is it's always important, like the same way in sports, to surround yourself with the best people, right? Like in jiu-jitsu, I wanted to be the best. So what did I do? I found the best gym in the world, one of the best gyms in the world, and I pulled up there and I put myself in that gym, and it forced me to eventually become one of the best in the world. Well, if it comes to contract and it comes to roofing, the same thing kind of applies, right? You want to surround yourself with the best people. And I was lucky enough that my first roofing job, I just happened to fall into a top 10 US roofing company. And that just helped me so much to be able to have a much faster growth and trajectory.
Well, one of the things I want you to coach Nick on real quick, because Ben actually was my jiu-jitsu coach and still is. But coach him up on what you were really good at, the digital door knocking. He would do the videos, and that would allow him to have freedom of schedule. And he learned the hook story offer. He learned the hidden damage build video, testimonial video, and was able to have success at a very high level, even though he didn't know how to do everything in roofing, but he made successful video ads. What was the secret to getting that immediate success? I mean, how long did it take you to start getting appointments and basically a bunch of jobs when you wanted through your video ads?
I mean, you know, it was actually kind of crazy because when you go door to door knocking, sometimes you'll literally knock a whole day and you might get like one appointment. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. It was really cool because I remember we shot the ad. I sent it over to Alejandro and he edited it for me. Mm-hmm. And then he posted it and I went to sleep. And I woke up and I had 3 leads.
Nice.
It was literally knocking in my sleep, bro. It was sick. And then, I mean, right away you can start closing them, you know, if you know what you're doing.
Yeah, that's what's up.
And so Nick just has to like make his first video. I always like the hidden damage one, Nick. There's an epidemic of hidden damage. The biggest mistake I see people make is your name is not a hook. Now, Chuck, you've heard me say that before. What the fuck does your name not a hook mean?
I don't know.
God damn it. God, you failed that test.
I screwed that one all up. My bad.
Here's the deal.
No,
when you're starting the video, the first thing that Nick, you're probably going to want to do is you're probably going to be like this. Hi, I'm Nick Clark. I'm with Armor All Roofing, and I'm out here on the job. Guess what? No one fucking cares.
Yeah.
We gotta tell them something like, Florida homeowner, Tampa homeowners, there's an epidemic of hidden damage that could cost you $20,000. You could get dropped by your insurance. Look, I'm here with Mrs. Smith. See, that's a hook, guys. People aren't on social media to buy a roof, buy windows, buy solar. So if I'm selling solar, I'm like, stop right there. Tampa homeowners, there's an epidemic of people overpaying for power. Power bills are out of control. You know, and instead of saying, hi, I'm Lee Haight. I'm here and I'd like to share a story, a testimonial with you. Nobody fucking cares.
My favorite one was one of the guys, I don't know his name, but I think he's one of the guys from Louisiana. And he goes up to the camera and he's like, now hold on there, let me talk to you for a minute. but it was a lot cooler because he was like black and more smooth, like more suave than me. But that was
Bro,
a
let's break down what happened yesterday in the wheelchair door knocking. First of all, Ben is paralyzed from the arms down, so he can't regulate his internal heat. And it was hot as fuck yesterday, bro.
Yeah.
Wasn't it?
heating up, bro. I
Fucking
was
heating
cooking
up.
from the inside out.
What do you do to cool yourself down?
So I have a little spray bottle. I think it's called a garden mister.
Mhm.
And I fill it with ice water. And so whenever I can't regulate my temperature, I'm overheating, I'll just spray myself and it like emulates sweat.
So Ben is hot as fuck. We're in an area where basically it's kind of hard to get to the doors. It's kind of hard with his wheelchair to get over some of the spots. And it was your first time knocking doors with new situations. What was going through your head?
You know, the number one thing that I was struggling with, even though I was struggling with everything, is reps, bro. It's so important to get your reps in. You know, whenever you stop practicing something, when you go back and you do it again, it's like starting all over almost. So it's so important to be consistent with whatever you do, right? Like if you're trying to make money selling roofs, like you better sell those roofs regularly, because if you stop for a while, even bro, before my injury, I had those like my door knock pitched down, you know, like I knew exactly what I was gonna say just by looking at the house. And now, just a year and a half after, I would go to knock on the door, and Lee would literally like, before we would go to the door, he'd be like, "All right, bro, this is what you gotta say." I would pull up to the door and I would like freeze. You know, I like, didn't know what to say. I would want to say something and something else came out of my mouth. So I just think like, even though I was literally dealing with like, you know, trying to maintain homeostasis, trying to get over those curves, the biggest obstacle was literally just getting the pitch out because of the lack of practice. And that was a big eye opener for me.
Let's tell him about the fucking guy that chased us down the street and wanted to squat up on us. Talk about that door knock. There's always one when you're out there door knocking, but I figured if I was with my homie here that had suffered a paralysis incident, that people would be a little nicer, but turns out that wasn't the case.
Yeah, man, this guy had just found a home. He upgraded the house, so the house is like perfectly mowed lawn, brand new roof. It was the perfect house for solar, right? And so we knock on the door and we start telling him about doing solar, and he's like right away like, no, not interested, not interested. I couldn't tell if he was like Russian, German, Hispanic. He had a funny accent. And so right away, like Lee's trying to like calm him down. And so I think to myself, all right, if he's Hispanic, let me talk to him in his native tongue. It might let his guard down. So I hit him with some Spanish. I was like, don't worry, bro. Like we're actually trying to help you. We're working with your neighbors in Spanish. And I think I got him even more pissed. So, so he's like, no, get out of here. And he slams the door on us and we start walking away. And we're crossing the street to go over to the next house. And he looks over and we were filming the door knock.
We were filming, dude. We had the cameraman in the car behind the tinted window. Usually I pop the cameraman out and I'm like, hey, we're just training. Don't worry. But this time, our guy Levi hid in Ben's van. But the problem was the guy followed us out to the fucking van.
Bro, and this guy is like a stocky, hairy, like 75-year-old man.
Y'all, he looked like Uncle Fester on steroids. He looked like a big ass fat Uncle Fester from the Addams Family. I don't know if y'all ever seen the Addams Family, but he came out. He could barely speak English. He was pissed that he was getting his big old belly, his big old hairy Uncle Fester belly, getting it fucking filmed on YouTube. And he was fucking pissed, wasn't he, Ben?
Pissed, bro. He almost fought Lee. Lee had to put him in his
So
place.
what did he say when he came out in the street and found the video camera filming his ass?
Why are you recording me? You come out, you give me your business card. I gotta call the police.
What'd I do?
No, you were just like, no, we're training. I'm training my friend here. He was paralyzed. I'm training him so he can learn how to make money again. And then the guy was like, right away, he like was like, oh, I'm so sorry.
Well, what was funny is we had an opportunity because we were filming and we were behind the window. I was nervous that the cops were going to pull up and they were going to be like, what the fuck are y'all doing out here filming people? Blah, 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 blah. Now in the state of Florida, we've asked our attorney and it's public consent. It's a public space. It's completely okay. But still, I didn't want to talk to the cops. I hate talking to the cops. Who fucking give me some hearts if you hate talking to the cops? I mean, fucking. I actually, a lot of the cops train with us at jiu-jitsu, so they probably
Yeah, a lot of
be
cops in
somebody that I know. But beyond that, I'm nervous. I'm nervous they're gonna come out. And I had the fleeting thought, maybe we should just pack up and bleed the block. What does bleeding the block mean? Means the
Leave.
block is hot.
Leave.
Means the cops are on the way. You get the fuck out of there.
All right. There
And
you
I
go.
had that feeling. And so we didn't do that. What did we do, Ben?
We crossed the street and signed a contingency. To the guy
Okay.
across the street.
So that deal went down. We filmed it. We got it coming out on YouTube. Y'all be watching it. Give Ben some hearts. What was the end result yesterday? How many doors we knocked? What did we do?
I'm not sure if we knocked 4 or 5 doors. I'm gonna say
It's like
4.
5 doors.
5, right? We got one solar bill that we're gonna run a proposal on them, and we got a contingency that the guy's gonna file a claim, and we're gonna do this roof for him. He had a bunch of damage. He actually had a very old roof. It was like the perfect client.
And so we walk up on this guy, and if you're watching this right now, this is what I love about roofing versus solar is like, dude, if I can get your 20-year-old roof paid for by the insurance, I don't really have to talk about it too long. I don't have to put high pressure on you. If you've got plenty of good damage, I know it's going to get bought. And this guy, why did he not already get a roof? Why, Bill? Why, Ben? Why did he not already get a roof?
It sounded he probably just didn't know any better.
And that's exactly the magic question that I teach people to ask. Nick, this is what we want to teach your salespeople in Tampa. Hey, this is Nick, Armor All. We're taking care of everybody in the neighborhood. I don't know if you've seen the roofs getting replaced. It's not because their hard-earned money is coming out of their bank account or 401k. It's because your neighbors sustained legitimate damage. Now, how old's your roof? I just want to know why you haven't got your roof replaced yet. Is it because you don't know there's damage? Is it because the insurance company denied you? Or is it because you've just been too busy to do a insurance checkup? And a lot of times they're like, I had no idea. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, take a look. That's what this guy said. He was in the collision business, and he understands working with insurance. So we jump on the roof, find damage, take pictures, jump down. How long did it take for us to get that deal on contract?
Bro, what, like no more than 5-10 minutes?
Yeah, so total after the roof inspection, start to finish, was about a 15-minute close.
Yeah.
And like when you're selling solar, you got to set the appointment, you got to sit down, you got to go over it might take you an hour and a half investment. But the reality is the guy that I helped, we can get the roof paid for by the insurance. We can build massive rapport, and then we can sell them solar later on. It's fucking great. The roof solar combo, and I mean, Tampa's one of the best spots for it. I mean, if you look around, Nick, what's going on in Tampa with the solar versus roofing? I mean, is there more guys knocking doors for solar or more guys knocking doors for roofing?
I mean, it's kind of tricky. Like, I mean, I'm in like Riverview, Brandon, more Riverview, like South Riverview, but there's a ton of like canvassing out here that's already been done. So it's kind of difficult going into these neighborhoods, and because you're like the umpteenth person to knock on the door. But we do have a lot of success like around our builds. We have a lot of builds local. And however, though, I don't see as many roofing companies as I see solar. And I know we've already replaced a ton of roofs in this area. There's still a few homes here and there with damage, but now it's really like the solar thing. And that's really kind of what's like the next driving thing, with this opportunity is to hopefully get a firm grasp on the solar industry and start, reaching out to our past customers.
See, we have an unfair advantage, Nick, because I was knocking and they were like, there's been 5 solar guys come to the door. We've already had 2 estimates. We've already done that. When we got the power bill from that guy, what did I say to him, Ben, about what was different than us than the other solar door knockers?
Has anybody actually sat down with you and broken down your bill and explained to you all the processes and how we can actually help them save money? Because a lot of guys, they'll just get them a quote. They'll just send it over and leave it at that.
Right.
Beyond that, I also said we're not solar guys. We're roofers. We're general contractors. We're not going to overcharge you. I understand the components of build, and a lot of these solars are just sales guys. They're out here overcharging, and whenever you're able to do that, even if there's been 10 solar guys knocking on the door, you can build a different kind of rapport, get your foot past them. And the biggest thing is, Nick, when your tactics are sound, they can't beat you. And honestly, a neighborhood that's been knocked a lot, those people, it's almost like they've been warmed up. So they've been thinking about it, and they either have a little bit of ejection, but what they're waiting for is they're waiting for the right salesman. Because when the guy comes through there and can actually deliver the enthusiasm, the sell, has the ability to overcome objection, dude, because there's so much like evidence, whether it's roofs getting replaced or solar getting replaced, it's just going to be about who can literally be the best salesperson. It's sell or be sold. And so I think the best neighborhoods are going to be the ones where there is a lot of people door knocking, where there is a lot of other competition. And so you just have to figure out how to, like you said, work around your builds. And one of the things that a Facebook ad will get you is it will get you a hot lead that you can close at 30%. It'll help you build your brand, but it'll get you a place where you sign a contract where you can knock doors and tell a story. And that's where combining the digital marketing with door-to-door really drives growth. And so if y'all are watching this right now, comment below any questions you have about social media, about door-to-door, about how it works. Ben, we had a special guest that announced that they're joining us for the jiu-jitsu event. So why are all these celebrities coming out to watch your fight party?
I mean, frankly, they're coming out because we're putting on probably the most exciting jiu-jitsu event that's ever taken place, definitely in Florida, but possibly in the world, man. I mean, how often do you have literally 8 world champions in an 8-man bracket fighting for $25,000? And then in the undercard, you have huge names like Lucas Lira, who's also a world champion. Like that guy, you know what I'm saying? Like it's just huge names. He's actually one of a jiu-jitsu coach. He's actually one of the special guests that we're gonna have out there. The female goat of
I want to explain a concept right here. It's a business concept called the loss leader. See, typically to go watch one of these fights, to go get a seminar, it might cost $200. You might spend $200 to get training and watch fights. Maybe you spend $100. But what we're doing is we're hooking up everybody in jiu-jitsu because we want a big crowd. So if you're wanting to come train with Gilbert Burns, if you want to watch the fight of the century for 25 grand, last man standing, it's only $50. And we're actually selling online more jiu-jitsu tickets right now than we're selling tickets to the Blue Collar American Dream Conference. And so if y'all are watching this, we have 2 nights of fights. It's starting Friday. We're going to basically break it down with, I'm opening the conference with a family theme. My wife is the reason why this company, it's like the yin to my yang. She's sometimes the enforcer. She's my other half, and she's never been on stage at any of the conferences. And so this time around, I'm putting her on stage. We're doing an interview, and I'm also going to bring up my mom. My mom is very instrumental in these quarterly meetings that gets everybody on the same page. And so I'm hoping to cover a lot of issues, but also answer a lot of questions. Then we got some fucking experts speaking the first day, dude. We have some fire ass speakers. As a matter of fact, Eric Obermeck from Roofers in Recovery is going to be dropping bombs on the first day. But we have a scale and exit panel where there's been more than $1 billion worth of mergers and acquisitions deals done in the last 6 months. And after we do that, Ben, Gilbert Burns, we got a whole bunch of freaking secret talks we can't even tell you about. But 3:30, the MMA workout begins. Now, you can participate. You can sit on the sidelines, but we're going to do jiu-jitsu for an hour. Then we're going to do Muay Thai for an hour after that. And then we're going to break down after we've sweat together, bonded. We're going to get fresh for the night of fights. And then we're going to watch this 25K tournament. We're going to have a whole epic night of fights. We got Emmanuel Nunes, Tito Ortiz, dude, guys, this is going to be off the chain. And hopefully there's 50, 100, 200 jiu-jitsu people that want to stick around and learn how to become blue-collar entrepreneurs. Followed by a whole next day. We got Wes Watson, Eric Spofford, we got Bradley, David Meltzer, and then Saturday night we got MMA fights. And the MMA fights are people from my gym, local Florida competitors, contractors, salespeople that work in the industry, and we are in a fight for our American dream. So people can get knocked out. They're amateur fights, so you can't pay the fighters. But for the knockouts, I love to give sales bonuses because I know a guy that can knock a motherfucker out is a great salesman. So I can't pay him for like knockout of the night, but I can give him a sales bonus, man, because I know them knockouts are going to drive sales like they never seen before. So that's going to basically inspire people to go fucking hard in the paint. And if y'all are watching this, give me some hearts if you enjoy people risking it all, going hard in the paint. But it's going to be off the chain. And Ben, what are you like most excited seeing about the meshing of both worlds?
Well, these are like, it's the two things that I probably know the most about, like if you ask me what's the one thing that I know the most about in the entire world, I'll tell you jiu-jitsu. Like I know jiu-jitsu like the back of my hand. And then, I mean, professionally, I've developed myself in the roofing industry. So it's beautiful because when you have someone who is a talented athlete, they will 9 times out of 10 make an excellent salesperson. And so it's beautiful just to see some people who are like smart but broke, able to find the connection to actually make money and still be able to do what they love.
Fuck yeah, man.
That's all people want to do is train too.
Nick, what do you think the roofers are going to, how many of the roofers, what percentage of them do you think participate in the workout?
Oh man. Depends on who shows. I mean, like if you've got like, I mean, even people like Richie, man, like people like old school, like, these are hard working, strap on your tool belt. They'll do anything. Like, so if we have more of those people versus the new blood, new air, I'm a sales guy. Want to be a roofer.
You call these paper chasers, these paper roofers, these salesmen that don't know how to do a work order. What are they? Soft as baby shit?
They're going to be watching. They're going to be watching.
They're going to be watching.
Yeah, they're going to be thinking chokes.
What about the speakers? Jokes. What about the fucking high-level entrepreneur gurus? How many of the fucking gurus do you think participate?
I would say 0, man. I envy them because I wish I was that smart.
Yeah, they don't want to get beat up in front of everybody.
They're smarter than that.
I don't give a fuck.
The rest of us, we're like, we don't care. Let's go out there. You know what I mean? Like, let's try to choke somebody out. Get punched in the face. It's fun.
Fuck yeah, guys. So look, man, so many people struggle with building a team. I mean, I know Nick right now, he just got his production manager. He's working on building his first 5-man sales team. The idea is that your network is your net worth. You got to get your story told. And dude, just like this natural conversation, Nick, you're great on camera. You tell your story. It comes across great. You're very authentic. You just got to do it more. This is a way in which you're finding your voice. This is a stage that you're getting practice on. And when Ben injured himself, I had a friend, okay, and his name is Nick Santasanos, and he was born with one arm, and his ability to overcome his circumstance and what kind of message he delivers as a public speaker. This guy speaks at every Tony Robbins event. And I knew Ben was a hell of a salesperson and would be able to share experience, strengths, and hope and inspire people. So that's one of the biggest reasons why I brought in Nick as a speaker, is I wanted him to work with Ben. And Ben's going to be making his first large speech in front of people. But Ben, what have you learned from Nick? And tell us a little bit about, like ever since you started getting coaching from Nick.
The number one thing that I find that Nick does is he says that learning is state-based, right? And so by state-based, it means that there's passive state and then there's active state. When somebody's in passive state, they retain between 0, I think it was somewhere between like 0 and 10% of the information that you tell them. But when somebody's in an active state, they actually retain up to 70% of the information that you give them. So it's always important to give the audience things to do, right? So if let's say I'm giving a speech and I'm about to say something valuable, I'd be like, all right, guys, write this down, and then I'll say whatever I'm gonna say. Or let's say keep the audience engaged, right? So let's say I say like, it's important to have confidence. What's important to have? And then I let the audience say like confidence and say it back to me. And then after a while, you have the audience probe to do that. So they're like trained to do that, and then they're waiting to see what you're gonna make them do, and that keeps everybody more engaged, and it just keeps everybody more productive. That's like the number one takeaway that I've gotten from Nick.
Nice.
And I
Yeah, I
think
love that. Nick is going to be
well,
super. I saw him at a conference last year as well. And actually, Lee just stepped out for a second. So I get to talk for a few minutes now. I'm pumped. I want to say this. Nick, I've never met you, but I've followed you a little bit just through Lee being here with him for the last couple months. But Ben, I got to meet you a few weeks ago. You told me your story. Super inspiring. But the thing that really impresses me about you is just your attitude. And it's like, okay, we're going, you know, this is what happened. It is what it is. And like you said, most people would still be in bed. Dude, you're promoting the best fight card in the history of the state of Florida. You're getting yourself out there. You're doing door knocking. I just want to say, Ben, you are inspiring a shit ton of people that you don't even know of yet. And I can't wait to see you get your opportunity up on stage there, because your story is very inspiring, but you as a person, your attitude, just the way that you talk, man, you are someone that you bring light into every room you come into. And I think that a lot of people are going to be really, really happy that they came to the conference just because of getting to meet Ben. So that's just my 2 cents on that, man. I love it. And I've been following and watching, and you inspire me quite a bit. So you're the man.
Hell yeah, Chuck. And don't think that you're going to miss out on an opportunity to speak from stage. I'm going to throw you up there. We're going to hear your story. You're going to give us the good, bad, and the ugly.
I got a lot of ugly.
You got a lot of ugly? Oh my God. Let's change the pace. Chuck's got a funny story, and it's time for him to tell it. All right. He's already told one funny story about his first customer. Now we're going to go into the autistic son and the wiener story.
Oh man. Well, we told this story once. The first time I ever told this was with Lee here in this studio. But yeah, one time I did have an autistic child that was standing right beside me as I was trying to sell the roof.
What kind of house was it?
It was a hoarder house.
A hoarder house.
Yeah, there was a lot of things going on in there that weren't natural or normal. Well, I shouldn't say it like that. It wasn't something I was used to. It was normal to them, but we're in the hoarder house. I was in there for over an hour. It was crazy. I saw some stuff. I lost a few years of my life in there, but yeah, I had the kid, and he was standing beside me. Came out of the bedroom, and I was sitting, and sure enough, he didn't have any clothes on, Ben. He was completely naked.
Oh my God.
Standing right here in my peripheral. But
did he helicopter you?
No, he didn't helicopter me, man. That part of the story would have probably got left out regardless. But no, he didn't helicopter. But we did the roof. We got everything done. It was quite the ordeal.
When he came out there, like, and you're signing up, you just stayed
straight up, man. I'm looking through a tunnel, because if I would have turned to the right or the left, I would have got sick, or I probably would have just started laughing. And you don't get deals when you get sick or laugh in people's house. So it was good. Not gonna lie. It was one of those that I'll never forget. I remember the smell. As soon as you said it, the smell, it came back.
So,
but the question is,
that money. Go ahead.
Did you close the deal?
Hell yeah, I closed the deal. That's what I do, Ben. I'm a closer.
There you go.
And so how did running the deal out with the hoarder go?
It was fun. I ended up having to bring a police officer with me to collect the final check, but we got it. Everything ended up great, and never heard from them since. So I'm going to assume that their roof was awesome and that they were happy. And, just one of those stories.
Hey, good thing you didn't get helicoptered at the kitchen table. But the point is that you stay focused, calm under chaos. Don't matter if you got naked people in hoarder houses. Sometimes you get paid based on the size of the problems you solve. Oh, that's fucked up. but
it was a problem.
It was a problem.
I didn't solve that one.
All right. Well, the funny thing is, I'll tell a funny story. We had a customer, and Richie talked about sometimes the roofing contractors, they're on the roof, they got to go to the bathroom bad, and whether they shit in the dumpster or they shit in the backyard or they shit on the side of the house.
I got another story for you later.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, this guy went and took a shit in the backyard dug a hole, got the shit in it, but the damn Pomeranian dug up the shit.
Oh my God.
Little white dog rolled around in the shit, came inside, rolled all over the fucking couch.
Ooh.
Man, we had to buy our new furniture. We had to fucking apologize from here to high water. We got our money, but when keeping it real goes wrong in roofing, what stories you got?
Same thing. One of my crew guys, we were working with a lady, and she was pretty nervous and skittish. And I had to reassure her the entire time, everything's going to be fine. This is going to be so smooth. My crew's awesome. I'll be here. No worries. Well, I left for about an hour and a half, and I get a phone call, and she's screaming, and she was just absolutely beside herself, right? And I'm like, okay, I'll come out there. I'm on my way. And she's like, you need to get out here now. You need to get out here now. This shit's, well, long story short, we had a guy on the crew. His name was Spike because of his hair.
Spike doesn't sound like a Vato.
No, he wasn't. And his name wasn't Spike for very long. His name became Shitter that day.
Shitter.
Because he chose to go into the backyard. He didn't dig a hole. He didn't cover anything up. But he took a shit in her yard. She had him on camera, which she offered to show me. To this day, I have never seen that footage. I chose not to. But he left everything behind for her to pick up, including all the toilet paper. He left it in her yard.
Look, the lesson here, guys, is, don't hire white boys to do roofs. Just playing. No, they're good at selling the roofs, but not doing the roofs.
No, dude. No. I tell my homeowners, if I'm on a roof, we are screwed because I ain't the guy for that at this point. I'm with Lee.
Ben, you're from Paraguay, man. Tell us about where you came from. When did you come to America? Talk to them a little bit about what's it like there. How about your story going up into the ghetto and having to make it out from the cops?
Oh, my God. And the story in Brazil?
Yeah.
That story was crazy, man. So I was about 2 years ago. I got a backpack, and I was in Paraguay, and I was like, I'm going to go travel Brazil. So I just hopped on a backpack. I hopped on a bus. I crossed the border, and I was just going through it. Eventually, I found myself in Rio de Janeiro, and I rented a car. And my friend...
I heard the women are aggressive there.
Yeah, they are, man. It's dangerous over there. You gotta be safe. And so I rent a car. And my friend, he owns a hamburger shop in Rio de Janeiro. And he's like, bro, I get my ingredients from the Rocinha. The Rocinha is like the biggest favela in the entire South America. It's, if not the world.
What's a favela?
A favela it's a Brazilian term for slums. It's like where the poor people are. It's the poorest neighborhood where the gangsters are. But I guess it's where they have like the best price hamburger supplies or whatever. So we're driving to the top of the mountain to get the products, and as I'm going up, a guy throws a bottle of beer in my car, bro, at the rental car. And I mean, at the time, I'm a trained fighter, and I'm super pissed that this guy's throwing a bottle of beer at me. So I get out of the car and I start chasing him through the favela. And in the favela, the cops don't go there because the favela has been at war with the Brazilian government for like years, and they won the war against the government. So they're like their own little sovereign state. And so they have gangsters walking around with AK-47s. And they're just, like they are the authority. And so this one of the gangsters, he saw some guy throw a bottle of beer in my car and me get out and start chasing him. And as I'm running up to chase the guy that threw the beer bottle runs by the gangster, and the gangster smacks him in the face. And the guy just drops to the ground, and right away, like 5 guys with AK-47s surround us, and they're like, "Yo, we're going to the Boca. The Boca is like where the chief is. We're going to the Boca, and we're settling this right now." And long story short, military escorted us to their chief, where they had to do a little trial, and eventually they just had to beat the guy with a stick, and I left.
That's not the whole story. You asked. Come on, you skipped the best part.
Which part?
Where they were like, "What do you want me to do?"
Okay. They're like, you're talking about when they asked me if I wanted to hit him?
So they roll up on you. You think you're going to get interrogated by gangsters. What do they say to you?
Do you smoke weed?
And I was like, question?
And I was like, yeah, you know, I do. Why not? You know. And so the chief literally rolls me a joint, and I smoke a joint with the chief, and I tell him the story of what happened. And then at the end of this, when I'm finished telling him the story, he hands me a big stick, and he's like, "Beat him." And I was like, "Nah, yo, chill. I can't do that, bro. But like, he definitely deserves to get hit. So like, you guys hit him. Thank you so much for the weed. I'm gonna get out of here."
He got his punishment, huh?
Yeah. He got. I mean, I hope he learned his lesson. I hope he's not
I
throwing
hope
beer
he learned
bottles.
his lesson too, man. I
Yeah,
mean,
man.
the lesson in business there is like, dude, if you're on rock bottom, if you're not winning big, it does absolutely no good to throw rocks. And I see so many of the guys that are contractors that are struggling in business. And these are the guys that are talking shit on my Facebook ads that are the first ones to want to see that Lee Haight is a scam. I mean, Ben, you've known me for a long time and you've seen all this shit talk. You know me on a different level. What do you have to say about this fake guru talk? I mean, this Lee is only a rips people off. He's only about the money. He's an asshole. He's a fraud.
Bro, I think that's ridiculous. I have literally witnessed you transform lives, and not only the lives of the people that actually like pay you for your services, but the lives of your employees and everybody around you, bro. I think this whole fake guru stuff is ridiculous.
Yeah, bro. But I tell you one thing, I'm most grateful to learn the lessons from everybody in the past. Sometimes the haters are the biggest motivators. And when this is the best year of our RCA, most profitable, most volume, there's been tons of changes in the marketplace. But I had plenty of opportunity to just like sit on my laurels, look at what's coming, and not even be that motivated. But having all the chirpers, having all the haters, having all the people doubt me, dude, there's something about being doubted. There's something about being called out. And if you don't have enough people hating on what you're doing, you ain't doing shit big enough. You ain't sharing your story. You ain't making an impact on the community. I think about my guy, Mike McGovern, who's built a team and everybody hits his guys up to steal his people. And I'm like, now you know what it's like, dog. That's what it's like to be at the top of the game. Everybody wants your people. Everybody wants what you got. And
And that those are the biggest haters, bro. The ones who wish they were you.
yeah, man, you ever experienced anything like that in jiu-jitsu?
You know, not even in jiu-jitsu, but I had a hater one time message me saying that my injury was fake and that I was faking this whole thing.
Really?
Yeah, man. They were like, "Oh, this is all a scam. You're faking this. You better stay in your wheelchair lane, you little bitch."
God damn, bro.
I was like,
Them
"Bro, I
keyboard
wish,
warriors.
I wish I was faking it, man."
Yeah, well, I know how savage you are, and you'll figure out how to make a retribution if someone wants to step up. But here's the truth, man. It's actually like people call me a hater. That's my last name is Haight. People pronounce it Haight. It's not Haight. It's Haight. I'm a lover, not a hater. My job, like my compassion, I was talking about profit before profit. My compassion is watching transformations. I've seen Ben transform. When he first came to me, he didn't have the confidence in his ability to communicate. He didn't have the confidence in himself as a businessman. He was broke. He was, like with all these skills and all this talent, he was still like paycheck to paycheck, dependent on other people to provide for him. And how did that make you feel? I mean, how old were you before you started roofing?
I think I might have been 21, 22, and frankly, bro, you feel lost. You know, you feel like you're still a child when you can't take care of yourself. And that's probably the number one thing that I've learned from Lee Haight, and just learning from you and just being around you is how to make money, how selling works. Even like when it comes down to the basics of digital marketing, bro, hook, story, offer. It's something so fundamental, but like it's something that like just sets you aside from everybody else because you have a completely different approach.
Yes. And so, Ben, I want to thank you for joining us, brother. You can follow him at Ben Kunzel on Instagram. Go follow the Blue Collar FC page on Instagram. You can see all the athletes that are competing and what we got going on. We got a lot of hype. And this guy's got more Instagram engagement than I do. And talk about, your oddities becoming your commodities and how after the accident, your platform grew.
Yeah, man. I mean, before the accident, I had about 10,000 followers. Now I've tripled it. I have 30,000. And at the end of the day, I think it's all about just kind of being transparent and showing the world. I mean, I'm all about just being a positive influence, bro. And no matter what life throws at me, I'm always going to try to make life for myself and for the people around me be the best possible. And I think people love that. People love the growth mentality and the growth mindset. And if you're able to help yourself and others grow, everything's going to grow with you.
Dude, Ben is the most inspirational person in my life. Every time I think about things that are tough, I just think about his attitude, his acceptance, his putting his best foot forward, and his independence. He's had to fight for every aspect of his independence. And it's something as simple as going to the bathroom, you take it for granted. Something as simple as, driving a car, you take for granted. But Ben is completely free. He's living his life. He's doing his thing, man. His platform's grown. Circumstances definitely not what we would say is ideal, but it's almost God's plan. And watching it happen is like amazing because all these opportunities. And then the other part about it is, can you talk a little bit about the law of attraction? Because good things are happening. And a lot of it, I think, has to do with your attitude. Do you believe in that? I mean, I asked you before, what has spirituality, helped you through this process? But the more we go, the more you attract into your life. I mean, how's the law of attraction helped you in this incident?
Well, I believe in energies. I believe that kind of like the energy that you put out into the world is energy that you put in. And I'll give you an example. Like, I don't mean to harp so much on the injury and the recovery, but I'll give you the example. Before, when I was just like a jiu-jitsu coach full time, like my entire mission was just to help people get better at jiu-jitsu, right? And in the process of doing so, I built up my rapport with so many people, such a large community. And so when the time came that I was injured and I was at my lowest point, I was able to receive support and love and affection from everybody that I had helped in the past, and when it comes to law of attraction, I just think that you get what you give out into the world. So as long as you just give greatness, you're going to receive greatness.
Amen. And financially, through a lot of different things, and we won't even go into the details, but ever since the accident, have you attracted more money into your life?
Yes, for sure. I definitely have more money than before.
And
that probably comes from, I mean, I've been working hard, man. It's a totally different lifestyle, It's not what I'm used to, but the results are coming, which is awesome.
Well, this is an example of you get paid based on the person you are, not what you do. You are a fucking great person, and you've helped so many people. Money's a spiritual concept. It will return the favor. It will give it back. And so, man, it's been a great little interview here, Ben. Great job. Y'all follow Ben on the internet at Ben Kunzel. We'll see you next time, my brother. We got Eric Obermeck next. Good to see you, brother.
Thank you, Ben. Hey, real quick before we bring Eric on, I've been watching him eat lunch here for the last couple minutes. I see he's just about ready. He's giving me the finger. But I want to ask a question real quick. I've been here with you, Lee, for 75 days. I spent the last 75 days talking to people on the phone every day, right? And every single day I hear a brand new excuse from somebody who can't do something because they're too busy, they're too this, they're too that. They got to do everything. You talk to a guy like Ben Kunzel and then ask yourself, what is your real excuse because that dude right there is doing way more than most of you guys are. And his situation is nowhere near as favorable as yours. So look in the mirror when you guys come with those excuses, because there's guys like Ben out there that are not accepting that and that are moving forward in life. So that's there's a real lesson there. Ben's an awesome guy. So we're going to bring on our next guest.
Fuck yeah. I'm so pumped up about this. Eric sent me his reel. I listened to his speech and I'm like, holy shit, he brings the fire. But, you know, he comes from a place where he was good at business, but, you know, sometimes success, sometimes being able to sell, sometimes you don't take care of all of the things in life and partying. And it really had some destructive things in his life. He got sober and his business grew. Now one of the biggest, best companies in the United States. He's a leader in the industry. He founded Roofers in Recovery. We're giving a portion of all proceeds from this telethon. Guys, we want you to come to the event. We want you to meet everybody. We want you to be a part of the community, but you got to get your tickets. We're going to donate to Roofers in Recovery and you get 50% off. You can call the number below on the screen. But Eric, great to have you, bro.
What's up, fellas? Man? Well, like Chuck said, I was eating some lunch, so I was trying to get that in between calls. Just got off of one and got one when we're done here, and trying to sneak in some food. But getting excited to come down and speak at your event and see all the people down there. I've been working on my presentation to dial that fucker in, so I can bring some massive value to your people.
Hey, some people have said that I was a joke, that I was a bullshitter. Some of them same people say Roofers in Recovery is blah, 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 blah. And for everybody out there, what's Roofers in Recovery and what have y'all done over the last few years? What's the mission and what are we doing here today?
Yeah. So to give the brief story, and I think Paul's going to try and jump on in a little while here, but about 4.5 years ago, Paul and I met and became friends, and he reached out to me one day. We figured out that we were both sober, obviously, right? And we kind of connected on that and became friendly. And he called me one day and he was like, hey, wouldn't it be cool if we could give back and like send somebody to treatment once a year? And I was like, yep, that'd be cool. How are we going to do that? He's like, I don't know. Like, maybe we just each throw 10 grand into a pot and we send somebody. I was like, cool, I'll write a check. So write a check. Paul writes a check and we get a phone call and we send somebody to treatment. And all of a sudden people started hearing about that. And then all of a sudden our phone started ringing a lot. And we were like, well, I'm not going to keep writing $10,000 checks to keep sending people to treatment, or I'm going to go fucking broke really fast. So we realized that there was this huge need in the industry because it is a rampant issue and problem with people with addiction, with alcoholism, whatever. And just to be clear for everybody watching this right now, we are not the guys that go out and say, don't fucking drink. I don't care what anybody does, right? We're here for the people that have lost the privilege to be able to do it anymore, right? We're here to support those folks. We are not out preaching on a fucking, box saying, don't drink. I don't give a shit, man. I drank and did more drugs than fucking everybody in that room, right? I did them all. We're not saying that. We're saying we are here for the people that need help. And so we raise money throughout the year so that when people need help, they come to us and we are able to help foot the bill to actually get them to a treatment facility. And the reason that we think that treatment facilities are so important is because Paul and I both went to treatment facilities to be able to get that 30-day treatment center, to get that head start, to be in that, you're in this bubble, in this environment where you're safe and all you're focusing on is your recovery, right? The scary part's when you get out. And so that's why we have other resources where we have an online community. We have meetings twice a week. We have recovery meetings twice a week where roofers from all over the country come to our meetings, and we do a pseudo AA meeting. It's not a real AA meeting for reasons that only AA people understand. But we have recovery meetings twice a week and stay in touch with each other, sponsor people, help them with aftercare stuff. And so it's really exciting. And so obviously, though, the big thing is it's expensive as shit to send people to treatment, right? And that's why we constantly are asking for help and asking for money, because every time we send somebody, it costs $15,000 to $20,000, right? And over the course of the last 4 or 5 years, 4 years, we've sent over 50 people to treatment.
Over 50 people? I had no idea. That's crazy, man. That's a ton of
Yep.
people, man. It's a
Yep,
big
it
difference in
is.
a lot of people's lives. Even
And
in the, it's kind of like hiring a salesman. You know, how many of the salesmen are going to make it? How many of
right.
the 50 make it?
Well, and here's the thing on that. Why this is so important is because no matter what you do, people are still going to do what they're going to do, right?
Right.
And we've got some amazing success stories in our program of guys that got sober at our very first recovery meeting that we had before we started sending people to treatment, that are still sober today and have completely changed their lives. And we've got other people that we've brought in and we've sent them to treatment and they're dead. This is fucking real, right? There's people out there in our industry that need help. And sometimes you give them the help and they still just don't use it. And there's nothing that we can do about that. But the point
Well,
of
one of the
telling that
reasons it
story is
touches
that
my
it's
heart,
serious.
there's a kid. His name was Clyde or Greg, and I'll tell Greg's story because he's not here to tell it. But Greg made an impact on my life. He was sober when he came to me. He met his business partner in treatment, and they started a business called Law of Attraction. Like LOA was the name, and basically they came to me looking for help when they were new in the business. Like in the first year, they're out of Texas, and these guys were full of energy, full of life. They were sober, clear-eyed, and they were on fire to do something great. And this guy, I will never forget, he was a $500,000 a year contractor. And I'm like, dude, you're going to join my 60K program? Are you sure? This is usually for bigger contractors. And he taught me a lesson. Don't judge the guys before they walk in the room. And, you know, this guy was small, but he listened. He was coachable. And it was actually him and his stepdad. They were at a conference. They signed up. I just couldn't believe they spent $60,000. And I was nervous. It's like, I don't know if we can help these 500K guys. Well, he did a video. He blew up. He hired people. He blew up. And he started having success because he's hiring a sales team. He's focusing on just that. And one of the things that he did, a lot of people fail at in Texas, Eric, and I know you practice this, is that as an owner in Texas, it's easy to kind of want to sell your own jobs. You ever see these guys that are sort of like outlaw owners that kind of sell their own jobs and wonder why they can't build a team?
Yep.
And so this one thing that Greg or Clyde never did, he always helped the guys, but he didn't ever take commissions, and he would basically push and focus and educate and empower the team. So his business grew. I think they were doing 40 roofs a month within 6 months, and it grew. There was a storm. He got lucky. He kept growing. And Greg's young. He's like 28 years old. And, you know, his addiction, some people's addictions are different, you know. He did hard drugs. So relapse for him, like you said, man, the consequences are unbelievable. And, you know, his business grew, but with the business growth comes stress. And with insurance restoration, if you don't stay in front of the money, if you don't stay in the system, you know, you can get behind. And so I think it was the stress of getting behind a little bit, of the ups and downs of scale, but he relapsed. And unfortunately, during this time away, he passed away. And man, dude, I was hurt so bad that it was literally hard. It was COVID time. I should have figured out a way to get to his funeral. I regret that I didn't go. But the reality is like, dude, it affected me in a way that no other loss has ever affected me before, because he was so young. He was had so much opportunity. And the business kept growing without him. The business partner is really good, and they've done a lot of great things. The coolest part of the story was his stepdad, the guy that was with him when he bought the program. He came to me about a year and a half later and said, I want to build a company in my son's name, and we're going to call it Legacy. And then the stepdad executed the same system with the mom, and they built, our company does like 250 roofs a year. but that's a start. These guys had no experience in roofing. They weren't a younger door-to-door group. This was an older guy that was getting to the game later in his career. And to have him build a multi-million-dollar roofing business and the legacy of his son, it was something that really made me understand that what I'm doing is so much more than making money. It's so much more than social media. It's so much more that it's how I stay straight. See, the 12 step of roofing for me is pouring into people, and I'm a crazy bastard. If I'm not fucking helping people, I'm probably going to destroy myself.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and that's why I've got this like really heavy deer in my heart. He's not the only one. There was 3 students, 3 guys. One guy went to Mexico on vacation with his wife, did some bad cocaine, died.
Yep.
Another kid was 20 something years old, did the opiates, died. So 3 people with tons of potential passed away. And it's like, what the fuck are you going to do about it, man? So that's why, Roofers in Recovery was at the last event. This time I wanted to raise money for Roofers in Recovery. I wanted to get you up on the platform. There's so many people that are going to be in the audience, and all they're going to be thinking about is networking and drinking at the bar, and then they're probably going to miss out on the fucking goddamn point of the conference. You ever been to a conference where all the roofers get in their own way?
Every fucking one. Yeah.
What do they do?
Well, again, it's what intention do you go with? Right. What intention are you going to conferences with? Are you going to conferences to learn, or is it so you can get away from your wife and go fuck off because you're, pussy whipped at home? And so like, this is your 3 days to go fucking do what you need to do. Right. So like every conference that I attend or I allow my guys to attend, like if there's not an intention, you're not going. I'm not sending people to anything unless there's intention behind why you're going there. And so again, I get it. Like you want to sell tickets to everybody. Totally understand that. But I would challenge everybody that is buying tickets to this. Don't just use it as an excuse to fucking go do whatever it is that you're going to do because you're away from home for 3 days, right? Like you have a real opportunity. This lineup of speakers that are going to be at this event are going to give you an opportunity to really learn something that you can use to implement into your business. And if you're not utilizing that, I mean, what are you doing? I mean, the speakers on this panel alone that Lee that you're having on stage, I mean, just to be able to see one of them costs a shitload of money, right? I mean, just to go see one of them, I mean, and the opportunity to be able to talk, to be able to listen to these people and learn from them, don't waste that opportunity. And if I could, real quick, I want to go back to your story about Greg, because here's what I heard in that story was that his death was avoidable. His death was avoidable because if he knew who to reach out to for help, and if he wasn't living in the shame of the relapse, because that's what happens is you're sober for a while and then you relapse and then you're overcome with shame and you're afraid, you're living in fear of going to talk to somebody. But when you're part of a group like Roofers in Recovery of a bunch of men and women that have been through exactly what you're going through, there's nobody at a Roofers in Recovery meeting that hasn't relapsed. We've all fucking relapsed at one time or another. Some of us has just been a lot longer than others, right? But we've all done it. We've all been part of that situation. Everybody knows that they have somebody that they can pick up the phone and call because we get it. And if Greg maybe would have had that, maybe Greg would still be here today. And that's what we want to do is that we want to make sure that we get rid of these unavoidable, awful stories that you just had to tell. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and the story is like, it's when you lose somebody that could make an impact like that, it's not right. Like it just goes away. It's one of those things.
It lives for a long time.
It lives for a long time. And you got your contractors out there that are literally all about the money or all about what they got to do, and they kind of avoid putting their oxygen mask on first. And yes. How does kind of putting your oxygen mask on first apply to you, Eric?
So that phrase that you just said is literally something that I say every fucking day to like everybody that works for me is if we're not helping ourselves, we're not able to help anybody else, right? It's why I preach. I mean, I go as far as saying like if you're not being healthy and you work here, you're fucking holding yourself back, right? Get in the gym. Eat a fucking salad, like get on a nutrition program. I'll help you with that, right? Just at that, even that base level, because if you're not taking care of yourself and you're not taking that oxygen mask first, you can't help anybody else. You can't. You have to have been through it, like I was talking about, or while you're building something, if you're not taking care of your mental space and your growth, right? So here's when I catapulted in business, life, whatever it was when I started investing in me, right? I started selfishly, what I thought was selfishly, investing in me. What I found out was after I started investing in me, it gave me the ability to invest in the other people because I now had this wealth of knowledge and I had all of this information that I could then pass on to all of my people. Before, I was just fucking winging it. I was just winging it.
Dude, we got your counterpart over here, the legendary partner over at Northwest Roofing, commercial master. He is an educator in the industry. He's the partner in Roofers in Recovery that Eric was speaking about. He's an old friend. His name's Paul Reed. What's up, my man?
What's up, fellas? How are you today?
Dude, we're having a good time. Guys, if you're watching this, you can be a part of this cause. You can be a part of the party to raise the status for blue collar, to help people that are struggling on their rock bottoms. Everybody that donates today gets a ticket to the event, and that's what we're doing. We're donating to Roofers in Recovery. And if you want to come to the Blue Collar American Dream Conference and you were waiting for the last minute to buy your tickets, now you're getting to donate to a good cause at the same time. And if you're watching this right now, September 1st through 3rd, call that number on the bottom of the screen because we're fixing to get into Paul's story. And, you know, me and Paul go way back. Shoot, when I first started working with Paul, he was hustling, dude. Paul, let me tell you, this guy can run a sales team, run leads, run in the field, operate out of a truck, I call it field generalship. To be able to operate in the field and lead, it takes a special kind of soldier. It's like you're operating from a horse, and the storm business is war business. How's the storm business war business, Paul?
Brother, it is unbelievable out here. It is World War III.
In Colorado, you got a hell of a storm?
Colorado. We did. Yeah, we made up for the 5 years that we didn't have any storms all in one. We've been getting hail all year. There's
down there.
Dude, there is so much work here. It's unbelievable.
And the type of hail that damages all types of roofs. I know that I've seen just some epic damage.
Yes. Yeah, it's been good. It's been good, man. And we've been preparing though for it. You know, it's a lot of guys went out of business the last few years here in Denver, and we've been trying to make sure we maintain, keep everybody in place, keep it rolling that way. And that way, when it's hit, you're ready. Because if it hit and you're building, it's almost too late sometimes. So we've been in a good position.
Run a business coaching people on how to sell commercial, run a business doing bazillions of dollars a year with tons of employees, doing thousands of roofs. And how do you find time to help people for free, man, and just help people with sobriety? How often does your phone ring, man?
Jeez. I bet on an average day, I probably get a minimum of 3 sobriety calls from different guys that are struggling, or, you know, guy from California calling, a guy from Texas, at least 3. But you know what? It's actually what keeps me sane. It's what keeps me grounded, is being able to serve and actually take a minute and breathe and actually help someone else through their day. So I kind of welcome the calls in a weird way.
So I'm going to bring up a little controversy here.
Please.
Love it.
That's why I came on the call.
Controversy. Okay?
Fucking go.
All right. So I'm a big fan of AA, everything AA, dude. I got a tattoo on my back. Literally, the 12 steps changed my life. It's where I met my higher power. I'm not completely sober now today, but I still look at the tenets from the 12 steps and say, this is like an incredible outline for life. And you got your founders, Paul, can you tell us how AA started from like an AA from your perspective, from someone that's in it?
Yeah, absolutely. 1935, Bill and Bob, right? Bill and Bob. There was Dr. Silkworth. There was all the boys back in the day, because back then when someone was deemed an alcoholic or had a major issue, there was really no solution at all for them, and most of those men or women were put in mental hospitals. Really just kind of threw aside that there's not a cure, because there wasn't still isn't a medical cure to help these unfortunate people that had a true alcoholism issue. And they came up with a solution that was literally a spiritual experience is what the first thing that happened. And that's how AA started back, 90 years ago.
So this spiritual experience, how do you achieve it following the 12 steps? You've been through the 12 steps, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
And
Quite
can
a
you
few
explain
times.
this?
I think to everybody, it's a different experience. I think that's the unique thing about it. I don't think, my experience is that guy's experience or whoever. That's my version. Eric will chime in. It's different from everybody. It's generally speaking, if you go along with the 12 steps, it's going to be on the third step. When you turn your will and your life over to the care of God as you understand it. And I think some people have spiritual experience from doing the first step. Some have it after the 12th step. Mine personally was at the third step, where
Well, it's funny. It wasn't that long after we worked together as a coach that I was actually in a really tough bind. I took the time off of leading my own business when I first started Sky Diamonds, and I didn't have the leadership to back up the missing time from me being there to lead. And I'm sitting in church, a little bit desperate, man. I've hit a brick wall. My business had suffered, even though I was putting myself out here as an expert, had this bad case of imposter syndrome. And I was trying to hold it all together and fix it and squeeze it and mold it. And I'm sitting there in church, and something the preacher said, you know what? Turn it all over to God. Turn all your finances over to God and just go all in on Jesus, man. Just go all in on believing that if you do the right thing, that you'll be taken care of, that you have a righteous cause out here, what you're doing. And if you just keep it up, it'll all be okay. And that day, I wasn't in an AA meeting, but I turned my life over to God again. It wasn't the first time, but sometimes you got to do that over and over again. Yeah. And from there, things started to change. But you do got to admit you're powerless. And if you're not an alcoholic and you're a contractor, I've been kind of working through this. How could I tie the 12 steps into my lesson? What are we powerless of? If somebody is not an alcoholic or is but they still struggle with making the same mistakes. I was trying to put a word on it. Like, I'm powerless over what? My own actions. I'm powerless over me wanting to do everything. I don't know. I mean, I know after coaching for 7 years that the hardest thing that these guys have is to let go, to let God, but it's that they want to do everything. They want to sell the job. They want to manage the job. They want to do the supplement. They want to do the payroll. And it's almost like we get in our own way.
It's ego and control.
Yeah. Are we not all powerless over ourselves?
Listen, to your question, right? So AA started in 1935. The people that go into AA, most alcoholics, most addicts, are, when you kind of dig into most people's root issue, is the ego. That was damn sure mine. But that's most people's root issue. And alcohol or drugs turn into kind of the symptom, and because of your ego and blah blah blah. That's all, go down a whole different role. But there's a reason why AA is almost 90 years old and it's lasted as long as it had. Because, and we live, like our company, we live on the AA traditions. Our company is based off the AA traditions, but the number one thing in the AA traditions is the overall health of the group, meaning of the company, of AA, right? So we have to make decisions as an owner sometimes, like my ego or my emotions of wanting to help more people or do these things or do whatever. Sometimes it's to the detriment of the company. But what's the most important thing? At the end of the day, the company has to survive. That doesn't mean, you know, all these negative things out in the industry, people getting ripped off, you know, blah, 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 all that bullshit. But it means that the health of the company has to come number one. And bringing people in and getting them to buy into that of understanding the health of AA, the health of the company.
That brings me to the controversy.
Please.
So this is where basically the health of the AA organization was sensitive to sharing all of Bill's spiritual experience, because Bill had a spiritual experience when he took LSD and wrote a letter to his doctor, and obviously went through the 12 steps. And I'm not saying this is for everybody or anything, but through this psychedelic spiritual experience, he was able to set on a path that literally led to the 12 steps. I don't know where this happened, before, after, during, don't know. But that obviously is not a part of the text. Have y'all heard about that?
I never heard about that. I was learning something right now listening to you.
Yeah, you got to Google it, because their letter is definitely something you can read in his handwriting. But it's not like he did it all the time or he was some sort of LSD addict. I think it was a one-time thing, and he had a spiritual experience, and a lot of that experience actually led up to the beginning of how it all got going. But neither here nor there. You know, we don't have all the answers. The one thing that I know is there's a concept that I call the 12-step of roofing. And I want to ask you, like, what's the 12-step mean to you? And if you live on the traditions of AA, in your mind, how has the 12-step helped you? And what would the 12-step of roofing be?
To me, it's two things. One, the overall health of the company. The company has to be okay. So I'm gonna talk about office. I'm gonna tie office cost in that. So if I get on Facebook, according to Facebook, you should always charge a 10-50-50 office cost, right?
According to Facebook.
According to Facebook. That's where most people learn their roofing at, is Facebook. So everybody should be charging a 10. Yeah, in a Facebook group. Everybody should charge a 10-50-50. Right? And then if you go to the salesman Facebook group, it says that you shouldn't charge office cost. But here's the reality. Most companies, I'm going to say 98% of companies out there, at least 98%, don't know what their true office cost is. They have no fucking idea what their true office cost is. They say it's 10% because that's what it said on Facebook, and that's what they charge their guys. My office cost is 13.8. That's what my true office cost is. That's what it costs me to keep the lights on, to pay my bills, to pay
pay for proper insurance, pay for
my back. Yep, sorry. Yeah. My true office cost is 13.8. So that means that I have to charge at least 14%, right? So for the overall health of the company. So my guys need to understand that. And then the next thing is the principle basically of doing the next right thing. No matter what, I have to do the next right thing, even if that harms me, if that harms whoever, like the next right thing. So to me, it boils down to that.
I like that. That's a great
overall
answer.
Health
next
of the
right
company,
thing.
The next right thing. Those two.
How about you, Eric?
To answer the question of what I think the 12th step of roofing would be is, I think it's something that has started happening more and more over the years, is that I think that we, of an industry, have grown in the fact that we don't see everyone as competition, and that we want to raise the industry as a whole as well. And for that reason, I know Paul does all the fucking time. I get phone calls, texts all the time of people asking questions of, hey, how do I do this the right way? How do I do this the right way? And I don't send a bill after I take a phone call, right? I take the time, not all the time, because sometimes I'm doing work where I actually make money. But when I have the time, I will sit down and have a conversation. And again, I know Paul does for free all the time and helps other guys in the industry to make sure that they're doing things the right way. And I think that that's because, again, the 12 step is giving back, right, to your fellow alcoholic in AA. So if you're going to talk about a 12 step of roofing, I think it's the leaders in the industry, guys in this room, that are willing to give back freely what was so freely given to them, and helping the guys that are coming up so that they don't make all the same mistakes that we did.
Hell yeah. All great answers, and the answers I were looking for. I see that we all get in our own way trying to do everything on our own. We're powerless over the fact that we think we can fix it all ourselves. Call it the ego, Paul. It's like, you know, you're such a god at roofing. You're such a good roofing salesman, a master roof builder, a supplementer, a craftsman. You're so fucking good. No one can do it as good as you, and you got to do it. But it's that when soon as somebody burns you, as soon as the sales rep takes off, starts his own company, as soon as you invest into a guy that lets you down, as soon as the guy's just fucking terrible and you thought he was great, a lot of times people get traumatized and don't want to invest into other people, and they go the opposite direction. They're like,
that's never happened to you, Paul. That's never happened to you, has it?
Shit.
What happened? What did he say?
Just happened last weekend.
What happened?
Oh, fuck. I had a guy post on Facebook that I owe him 7 figures.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
That's fucking great.
Okay.
Hey, at least it's I'm not the only one. I like that. But I mean, these guys, what I see is that, like Ed Milet says, the level of education in your business is the level of income and the level of freedom. And if you're trying to do everything yourself and you don't want to hire people and you don't want to go through the pains of people letting you down, then you just do everything yourself. You keep your overhead small. You fucking try to build some system. You run around. You don't want to help the competition. You don't want to invest into salespeople. You don't want to invest into coaches. And you walk around pissed off, miserable. And you're just fucking hoe-bumming around. Sometimes you're burnt out. But for me, I was in one of those spots. I lost a sales rep who had a few friends that did $5 million a year. And I was in a real stinking, terrible spot. And I started a journey where I started to give back, and having a spiritual experience as resulted from these steps. The steps of admitting that you're powerless, you can't do it on your own, the steps of taking an inventory, the steps of making amends, the steps of following all these steps, you know, applying them to my life and business. I can remember when I first started as a coach, and I'm coaching you, Paul. I remember Matt, the next day on our first coaching call, it was an hour-long call, and doing one-on-one hour-long coaching calls, it's hard as fuck when you're a busy business owner. And Matt says, Lee, this is fucking terrible, dude. Do you really want to fucking do this? You want to sit here and one-on-one coach roofers? Why don't you just go fucking be a roofer? And I had to learn how to scale my efforts, but profit before profit. I wanted to give back, and you've seen it. I'm not perfect. I've tripped and failed, but overall, the 12th step of me wanting to help everybody, whether it's a new person, somebody that's been in the industry, or it's my biggest competitor, it's allowed me to get through my stinking thinking. It's allowed me to be the best version of myself. It's allowed me to have a spiritual experience that it's not me. See, my system's not me. It's a combination of what I was taught. It's coming from my dad, from my uncle, from my students. But Paul, you taught me shit. And so whenever I learned something, using the best practices from all the roofers and being humble enough to know and say, Paul's better than that in me. And then saying, okay, what can I do in my business that Paul does? And so over time, I'm like, well, if it'll help me, then I'll just share what Paul does with everybody else. I just became a vehicle or a conduit.
Right.
And the 12 step of roofing, it empowered me. It took me from a regular guy to who I am now. And I see that people struggle with investing into folks, investing into the time it takes to tell their story. And it's like they don't do the 12 step. And those same guys that don't recruit, that don't train, that don't spend the time with their people, these are the ones that have no freedom. These are the ones that are miserable. These are the ones that have burnout. And so as the 12 step of roofing, like you just described it, Eric, is literally just us helping everybody first. And it being a spiritual concept that the more people you help, the more money you make. I wanted to make this 12 step of roofing sort of the concept to go behind the entire event. That as long as we go out there to help people, as long as we go out there to raise the status for blue collar entrepreneurs, then that's the one thing that allows us to get the blue collar American dream. That's the one fucking thing. And if you're too selfish to go out there and tell your story and help people and invest into folks, this gift that you got, it could get you in a hard time. Like, you know, you've seen it, Paul, like the Florida market's gotten tougher.
Yeah.
And the Denver market was tough before the storm. But when your highs are high and you drink to your own accomplishments and then you get into a low point, what happens?
Brother, I appreciate what you're saying, because here's what I do with the educational piece. Like, so we have, you know, our commercial roofing academy, and I don't do it. It's not, you know, at some point, you know, maybe down the road, it's not for a money making deal, right? It produces a little bit of revenue, enough to pay the bills, you know, a couple $1,000, right, here and there. But we have, you know, whatever, 40, 50 students come in every 2 months. I love to give back, right? And because I love the fact that, like, the roofing industry as a whole, it is probably one of the least popular industries that there are that are out there as far as like prestige. No one looks at, for the most part, you know, someone might see all your shit, couldn't believe you're a roofer, you know, your house, blah, 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 right? Most people think that you're a lawyer or a doctor, but it absolutely drives me crazy, the fact that, you know, no one, if you go out and identify as a roofer, people are like, oh my God, this guy must be, you know, a horrible person. You know, it's not prestigious, and that drives me crazy. So part of my passion is trying to amplify the industry and go like, hey, there are a lot of great roofers that are great people, and kids should strive to do what we do. You know, kids strive to be, you know, doctors and lawyers, and thank God, because we need those. But no one strives to be a roofer as a little kid. Eric claims that he wanted to be a roofer when he's a little kid. He's the only motherfucker.
Me too,
Me as
motherfucker.
well. Okay, you too. No one else, though. No one else in fucking America when they were little kids.
Well, my mom told me
a
not to be
fucking
a roofer, so that's what made me want to be a roofer.
And my dad told me not to as well, and I told him.
So that's all you got to do is tell me.
I never talked to him
fuck
again,
that, don't do it, and I'm gonna do it.
Right. But it drives me fucking crazy. And I tell this story. My brother-in-law is a fucking plumber, right? This is a person that literally deals with shit all day long, and plumbers look down on roofers. It drives.
Oh, that's a good one. Fucking plumbers.
Sorry, fuck, I keep getting phone calls. Sorry.
You're good.
So yeah, drives me crazy. But my goal is to elevate the roofing industry, man. And I'm just trying to stay out of the weeds, stay out of the bullshit. You know, I don't want to get into the Dimitri Lee battle, right? But like all the bullshit that goes on in our industry, I'm just using that as an example. We're just trying to rise above and go like, man, this industry is a great industry. We can make a great living doing it. We can help a ton of people. Let's do it.
Chuck's got a question. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Please.
so I want to talk to Eric about this real quick. When you agreed to be a speaker at the Blue Collar American Dream Conference, you and I had a private conversation, which we won't discuss what it was, but it was cool. You asked me about my experience with Lee.
Yeah.
I told you it's been, what it's been for me. The thing I really appreciate about you is you are going to come down here and actually see it for yourself to form your opinion based on your experience. And you put a post out that basically said, I understand how it is to have people in the industry hate me because I cuss too much, I look too good, whatever. And
I definitely said that. Yeah.
yeah, that was your deal. I mean, we saw
Dave
Meltzer in that picture there.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
He's in love.
Yeah.
So I want to ask you, okay, you're going to come down. You're known for being authentic. Obviously, that's your whole thing is be authentic, get the fuck out. So you're going to come down. You're going to interview Lee for your podcast, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So let me ask you, you were talking about intention and all that. What's the intention for the interview? Is it something that's going to just be, because y'all just met right now. You guys haven't been friends for years. You don't have any agenda or anything like that. So what's it gonna look like? I kind of want to stir that up a little bit because I think it's the most interesting part of the conference.
So I've thought a lot about it. And it's gonna be a little twofold. So every one of my interviews is finding out about the real person and not about the fucking the character that the person might play on TV, or on social media or whatever it is. So I want to find out who that real fucking human is, and I'm going to ask questions. And if I think that they're bullshitting because of an ego situation and they don't want people to really know, I'll call that out. We're also going to have a conversation about our last experience that we did have together when I was at a conference. What was it, 2 or 3 years ago? That I had held a shit ton of resentment inside of myself towards Lee. And it was why I didn't come back for a couple of years. And I held on to a resentment, which we all know in AA and in recovery, you can't fucking hold on to resentments because nobody gives a fuck but you. And so we're not going to talk about it now because I'm saving it for the show.
Goddamn! Now I want to know what the fuck I did to piss you off.
But that's all on me, right? I held on to that resentment. I didn't fucking have a conversation about it like a grown up, right? Like Paul fucking knows about it, right? I talked to my friends about it, and I was like, that motherfucker. I was pissed. I motherfucked you for a year, but then I decided to take the time to try and figure out who people are. And I made this change in my life that I was like, hey, I need to figure out, I need to have some empathy to figure out where people are coming from. And so when this opportunity came up, I was like, you know what? I don't give a shit what people say about it. I don't care if I get flack. I don't care if I get whatever it is that I get. I'm me. Go fuck yourself. I'm going to go down there. I'm going to bring the value that I bring to audiences when I speak, and people are going to get something from that, and that fulfills me. But then we're going to get to have a conversation because then we'll be able to grow from that conversation. So I am excited. Thank you, Chuck, for bringing it up. But when we do the podcast down there, we're going to have a real, authentic, fun conversation. When we're done, people are going to know exactly who Lee is, as long as Lee is being authentic to who Lee is. And then the world will get to know that. There's not going to be fucking fisticuffs and fucking, like blah, blah, blah. It's going to be a real, authentic conversation. And when we get done, my hope is that we're better friends because of it.
And it's weird because like my AA is the MMA. It's weird that my best friends choked me and punched me in the face.
Yeah.
But that's my therapy. And something about like, you don't have to do fisticuffs because you're mad.
Yeah.
But the idea that there is a therapy element when you train jiu-jitsu together, there's something about it. And, it's about checking your ego at the door, really. Yep. And essentially, when you're in that environment, you do get to see like this different side of folks. I really enjoy it. My favorite part about it is, doesn't matter if you're a janitor, doesn't matter if you live in a box truck. If I walk into that mat and they're knowing more about this than me, then I'm humbled by the janitor. Right. And so I'm sorry I pissed you off before I even hear about what it was. But
I just wanted
because I think you're awesome.
Because now you get to hold on to it for about.
I'm also excited about showing so there's something. It's funny you said be authentic, because I came across a really good book that I want you to read. It's called The Success Paradox, and it came across my life just this last week. and it talks about this paradox. Okay. And the first part of the paradox is literally be authentic. You have to be your true self. If you're not living alignment with your purpose, you're going to literally cause yourself to be miserable. It's literally the first step in this guy's success paradox. The second part is you got to do good. You got to like have a bigger reason to be here. You have to have something that is benefiting the entire world. And then the third step was to share it with the fucking world. And ironically, I was like, you know what? I had you speaking on the second day. So I'm like, you know what? I'm going to be talking about this right here. We got to put Mr. Be Authentic right here, right? Set the stone for this. But
Love that.
The book was written from someone in the program. So
I was just going to say, it sounds like you just fucking stole it from AA. So
yeah.
I mean, am I wrong, Paul? I'm like,
No.
I mean,
no, but I mean,
I talk about this all the time, but all these fucking programs that we go to, like we pay $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 for, like if you sit down and break them down, most of it's in the steps. So like if people just went and lived the fucking steps, like they kind of end up doing the same thing.
Like I think the fourth step is something everyone should be doing in business and life. I say if you're not self-aware, you don't have a prayer. So how could like a fourth step be valuable in business? What is the fourth step? What kind of work is involved in that?
Taking an inventory.
Taking your inventory. I think, and that's a big one, dude. Taking your inventory, because a lot of times my initial reaction is wrong. My initial thought is wrong. You know, like something happens, you know, someone makes you upset, pisses you off, blah, blah, blah. My initial reaction is 100% wrong. And so being able to write an inventory out and listing out like you're part of it and, you know, all of those things, you'll realize every freaking time that like you had a part of it, that you contributed to that. And a lot of times if you're like me, you're going to see that you contributed pretty freaking heavily to it, right? Mm-hmm. And then to be able to go back and correct the issue and do the next right thing with it. Because again, just the ego and everything comes in, because you know when I walk in the room, obviously I'm the smartest guy in the room, right? So's Eric, so's Lee, so
hey,
you,
and roofing,
right? Like,
whoever's the loudest is the
so's Chuck.
smartest.
Yeah, and so that's not the case though. It's right. It's something I made up in my head. That's something that my ego allowed me to think, and being able to do an inventory over an issue. You know, even sometimes say a rep, you know, simple as a rep says you owe him money.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it's an accounting equation, but looking at it and looking at like, well, okay, here's the deal that I made him, you know, here's what's on paper, but here's also what was said. And here's also what was, you know, promised and all, and being able to do an inventory of that. So to me, that's fourth step, dude, that you could apply to your
definitely the fourth step. Eric, how about you, man? That's a good question for both of y'all.
I think I think to kind of build on what Paul said, it's owning your part, like as you're taking that inventory as people in your company, if they're not succeeding at the level, or if they make a mistake, or if they fuck something up, it's taking that inventory of where am I responsible? Because at the end of the day, I'm still the one that I take the credit and the shit, right? Just like a quarterback on the field, right? If you win the game and you're the quarterback, you're fucking celebrated. And if you lose the game and it's not even your fault, you're still the piece of shit. So where did I play a role, or where did I not give enough guidance to that human if they did fuck up, right? If they screwed something up, they screwed up a estimate, or they screwed up a sale, or they lost it. Am I sitting down and doing a debriefing with them so I can say, hey, where did I screw up? Where did you screw up? And where can we make this better so it doesn't happen again? So I think it's owning even when your people fail. It's not just them that failed. You failed as well, because you have to figure out what your part in that was, because you're the leader. So there's some part that's your role that you have to own.
Oh, amen. I mean, the two people that came up and got on the YouTube, the 40-minute video, they said Lee's a piece of shit, didn't pay me. You know, I took inventory on myself on both those situations. And, you know, whether it's your standards or what you tolerate, or there wasn't enough accountability and, you know, just when they crossed the line, or whether it was the things that you did to enable And a lot of times with these two people, they were great salespeople. And sometimes the greatest salespeople are not alignment with your core values. And it's hard. This brings me to the next question. You know, like when you have to pick core values over top earners, do y'all ever try and justify why you should keep the top earners? I find
Yeah.
that sometimes hard, man.
Yeah. I had to let go of a guy that was doing over 6 million a year.
Wow.
And then about 2 months after that, let go of a lady that was doing over 4 million a year. That's 10 million a year that based off of core values. That's a big hit, man. That was a big hit. And it's not only, you know, the 10 million that year, but you know what was coming up too. You absolutely have to. I think thank God that I got to a point in our company that where that wasn't going to shut our doors, because there was probably a lot of years in the company that would have shut your damn doors to lose that revenue, you know, the following year. But we absolutely had to make that decision, and it was a lot of inventory and a lot of prayer and all of those things to figure out, like, is this the right move to do? And I think most people would never understand that or even believe that you would intentionally let go of two people that combined were doing 10 million a year in revenue because they did not align with your core values of your company. But you have to. Why? Because your company has to live at the end of the day. And they were going to take down the company eventually. They were gonna fracture
The two guys that I had, I did something fucked up. I made them leaders because they were the top guys. And then I had to take away the leadership role. And that caused incredible resentment. And it was absolutely my fucking fault. And, you know, both of these guys combined revenue was probably close to $10 million. And it wasn't like I just got rid of them easily. My team, they would lie to customers. They would threaten people. There would be all kinds of different examples that they didn't align with integrity or excellence or our core values that we hold very important. And sometimes I would have the guys back. And what would happen is I have so many people supporting these people, they would want to quit. They'd say, dude, if Lee allows this, all he cares about the money. Fuck this place. I don't even want to work here. And these people may be people making $20-something an hour plus bonus. And the people that I'm trying to justify, they're making the company hundreds of thousands of dollars. But eventually, and this is where my wife comes in, she don't fucking play, dude. You know, sometimes the only way you can grow is by subtraction. And that's the hardest way to do it. I guess, Eric, my question to you is like, in this journey growing, what's been the biggest thing that you've had to subtract from your business that wasn't drugs and alcohol?
Oh, good question. I mean, I've had to do the same thing. I've had to subtract people, right? I'm 100% of the same mindset, right? If you don't fit in with our core values, there's no better way to lose good people than to keep bad people. That's just, I know that that's true. Because I had a moment where I was justifying what they brought in, or the part of value that they did bring, but then wasn't accounting for how it was affecting everybody else in the office. And thank God I had somebody that I trusted enough in the office to come to me and say, hey, just so you know, if they stay, you're going to lose 75% of the office. Oh, shit. I was like, okay, well, I wasn't prepared for that. And like, so it made me wake up to say, okay, I have to do what's right for the health. Again, what Paul was talking about, I have to do what's good for the health of the company. And this person has to go, right? Like, this person has to go. And I think that at the end of the day, if you're running everything that you do based on your moral compass and your core values and what is best for the health of the company, it will always be what is also in the best interest of everybody else too, right? Because everybody's going to get to keep their jobs. Everybody's going to continue getting paid. We're going to get to grow. You're going to get to do more. Like it all rolls together, right?
It does,
so
man.
You can't be afraid to lose shit to be able to gain things.
No, and it's funny because like during these two people, my mom, she helps with our quarterly meetings, our team, we had to institute a new core value. And that core value is literally exactly what you were talking about as the tenets of AA, that the organization has to exist. So we call it protect the house. And it's a core value that is like been added. And so we talk all the time about how if you're not protecting the house, that you're working against us. And
you know what, Lee, I have to throw something in here. So I know, and and Eric knows, Chuck knows, more than likely what we were talking about right now is going to somehow like get popped up online, used against when we're talking about you got to protect the house and the health of the company has to become first, because most people don't understand that. What most people are going to hear when you're saying that, I'm saying that, Eric's saying that, Chuck's saying that, is we're greedy and we're trying to keep all the money and we don't want to fucking pay people. That's what people are going to hear. Mm-hmm. Some people, okay? The successful people that truly get that will understand that concept. So I want to just to pause and make sure anybody watching this, that they truly understand what the hell that means. When you say protect the house, that means that this company, it has to survive. We're not just in business to kick ass in 2023 or, whatever, during Hurricane Ian. You're in business for sustainability and legacy, and to have this company that you can pass down to your kids if you want. And the only way that you do that is protect the house.
Let me throw up a protect the house scenario. So you got a sales rep and he's going rogue and he's got friends with the company. And some of these friends are top sales guys. And the top sales guys know this guy's going off on his own and he's doing deals on his own and he's in violation of the contract. And let's say even a leader knows you're paying someone you're paying for leadership. For me, like when you have information that someone's actively working against the organization, is it that person's duty to rat him out to the owner? Chuck, what do you think?
Yeah, I do. I mean, it's not the cool thing to do, but I think that's the right thing to do.
Why?
Like we're all saying, for the betterment of the whole group.
Even if the guy says you're a sellout and you're a tattletale?
Yes. That's sometimes you get called a sellout, man.
What about snitches get stitches, man? Paul, isn't that how you grew up?
Absolutely, that's how I grew up. But you know what? I'm an old man with kids and grandkids and all that shit. And you know what? I'll tell you right now, if
those pauses are so dramatic.
Yeah, sorry. So if you and I got rolled up on the cops, Lee, right now, and we had some dope on us, I'm snitching on you because I ain't going to fucking jail. I'm just telling you right now. I don't care if that ain't cool anymore.
What about you, Eric?
I don't think it's a matter of snitching, right? To go back to my story, I have built the culture with my leadership team that they care about the health of the company. So if you build a culture where the people that work with you care about the health of the company, they're going to bring you things like that because they know that if they don't, then the health of the company diminishes and it could jeopardize their job. So it's not even a matter of, I don't think it's as simple as like snitches get stitches and are you being a bitch for fucking telling your boss? I think it's a matter of, are you building a culture inside of your company that people don't see it as that, because it shouldn't be them against you. It should be them caring about the well-being of the entity that they're a part of. And if they see something that's going to tear down the fucking entity, they bring it to the person that pays for and supports the entity. Right. And I think it's that simple.
One thing I love is when someone in one of our organizations thinks that secrets exist in a roofing organization.
Oh my God.
How do secrets work out, Paul?
Oh my God. There's a lot of inner workings. You know what? Let's not forget the fact that when we get into roofing, again, by the grace of God, we're generally running a multi-million-dollar company, right? And there's a lot of inner workings that no one sees. Most, the reps just think they turn in the job and they're the only ones that exist and get my job built and get me paid, but they don't understand all the other stuff that we have to go through. There's so much bullshit that they don't understand, and they see you meeting and having planning meetings and fixing issues, and they think they're all these secret things that you're scheming against them on. It's it's freaking nuts.
I'll tell you about a secret. I got busted in Denver. So my first year in the business, I was working for one of my dad's friends, and I was entitled little fucking, I was given all kinds too much. And the reality was I'd sold for a while in Denver, and I justified that my buddy needed a truck. I was going to AA meetings. I was a sober guy. I'd blame weed and alcohol on this fucking stinking thinking. I was completely sober. And literally, my dad's best friend, I'm selling from him. I met this guy. I did one roof for him, and then he asked me if he could get a cash discount on the second roof. Wheels started turning. And I made one of the biggest mistakes of my life. I did a side job. I took the cash, and I was dumb enough to go to the same fucking supply company that we order all our materials from. 19 years old. I thought I was getting away with fucking $10,000 heist.
Did you use the same sub too?
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if y'all have ever had that happen to me, but my dad's best friend called me. I had a ton of pending commissions too, dude.
Oh, that's fucking funny.
And he was like,
Hey guys, I don't mean to be a dick, but I literally have had somebody waiting in the office for 20 minutes. That's supposed to come in here, so I have to bounce. Before I go, I just want to say thank you very much. I appreciate it. I'm excited to see you guys in a couple of weeks, and hang out and do our podcast so we can get fucking real with each other.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be curious to figure out like what the fuck you were so mad at me about.
He's gonna be on the phone after this for the next 3 days. Who do I fucking call? Who's gonna know that'll tell me? Yeah. So anyway, I'm looking forward to it. We're gonna have fun, guys. So I appreciate you guys.
Thank you.
See you, buddy.
See you, Paul.
See ya. I gotta roll as well. I'm like 10 minutes over.
Brother.
I'm right in the middle of it, brother. We got so many roofs going on. I got roofs
Brother,
going
best
on
hailstorm in the country is in Colorado, man. Paul's one of the best people to work from. If you're out here watching this, dude, if I was in Denver, I would be in Northwest Roofing. I saw my friend Graham. He was basically an owner of a big company, a $50 million company, and he knows all the roofers in Colorado. He chose to work for Northwest for a lot of the reasons. So if you want to work a good storm, you need to hit up Paul. And dude, go get it, buddy. 100 million. Have fun.
Thank you, guys. Lee and Chuck, thank you for having us on. Thank you for supporting Roofers in Recovery, man. It means the world to us. I cannot make it to the conference. I tried to do everything I could to move some stuff around. I will say, anybody watching, I have been to the conference before, and it's really good. That's no bullshit. Me being on here, blowing smoke up your ass. It was a really, really good show. Ed Milet, all the people that were there a few years ago. It's badass. I've seen your schedule, and I love that you're promoting the industry, and showing what we can do. Right.
That's right, man.
Thank you guys. Keep it up, man.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you, Paul.
Hey, I appreciate you, buddy. Guys, get your tickets right now, September 1st through 3rd. We got a higher purpose to raise the status of blue-collar entrepreneurs. I don't know what's holding you back, dude, but you are your own worst enemy. And in order to level up, iron sharpens iron. You need to be around people like me, like Eric, like Chuck, and you need to be there September 1st through 3rd. Now's the fucking time. You draw a line in the sand. You say, kill the old me to become the new me. And I don't care what the fuck you got. It's a holiday weekend. I'm too busy. I'm making this. Look, dude. Making 100 multimillionaires September 1st through 3rd. We're going to have a great time. And if you go ahead and call 239-848-5354, we will donate your ticket sales to Roofers in Recovery. And so all I want you to do is if you know that you want to be a part of this, if you know that it's time to level up, it's time to break away, to break through. It's time for you to get your tickets, to donate, to get 50% off. So call 239-848-5354. Man, we'll be hitting you up. Chuck, this was great. It's off the chain. Give them your fucking final ride off here.
All right, everybody. This has been an awesome time. I can't wait to see everybody at the telethon or at the convention. Thank you, Lee, for letting me be here. This has been cool. Thank you to all the guests. This is
we got one more coming in hot. We can't leave.
What's
Can't leave.
going on?
We got John Huffman right when we were about to sign off. This motherfucker's trending on the internet, going viral. Our interview. He's a remodeler, but he's going to teach you how to raise your prices, man, and raise your energy. No big outcome comes from a low energy source. And John, he posted something, and I'm going to have him kind of talk about what he posted. But John, you posted something, the 2 pictures. Can you talk about John in the first picture with standing over there?
Yeah, absolutely. So I posted a picture of me 3 years ago, working 80, 90 hours a week, overweight, 265 pounds, medical issues, threatened with divorce probably once a month, and not being the father that I'm called to be or the community leader that I'm called to be. And really had a mind shift and just changed the way that I was thinking, man. Quit the grind. I grind in a different manner now, but I put my family first. I put my community first. I put God first. And believe it or not, my profits actually tripled. And I began to have more confidence in who I was. So when people didn't want me, that was okay, because I wasn't bogged down with the people that I was trying to grind for. I was actually able to focus on the people that I was meant for, and they're the ones that were actually bringing me the real profits.
So let's talk about being a doaholic, somebody that is addicted to doing. So was John stuck in his own way? Like, were you addicted to doing? What did that get you? What does that mean?
It got me tired, man. Well, you know, all of us say this. I was just meeting with a guy at Jimmy P's, and he's burnt out. And he's like, no one's going to run it like I do. No one's going to care about my business the way I do. And I says, well, the problem is you are the business. You don't own the business. The business owns you. You're the bottleneck at this point. You need to get out of the way and actually work on the business and not in the business. And it's just a mentality that we have. There's a book out there that I'm reading right now called The Lazy CEO. It's like the guy who buys the restaurant that doesn't know how to cook. He's the guy where the restaurant succeeds, because the chef that buys the restaurant and he loses the chef, he jumps in there and becomes the chef. And he spends his energy and his time flipping burgers and making steak instead of working on the business. But the guy that don't know how to do that, he spends his energy finding the right person for the right seat so that he don't have to go in there and cook. And I think that's the doer mentality, is no one can do it better than me. No one can grind harder than me. No one can do this better than me. And I think it's an ego thing. I'm just going to go ahead and say it, because that was my thing. No one can sell better than John. No one can project manage better than me. No one can lay baseball better than me. So what happened is I just ended up doing it all.
And it's hard to teach a remodeling sales rep. I mean, when we were first talking about scaling a sales team, you're like, no way. I can't teach them to do what I do.
Yeah.
What's the challenge there?
Well, I'm working on your help too. I'm actually recording sales processes. And so that my sales team can go in there knowing I'm building spreadsheets and things of that nature. And then there is one thing that I understand is I've got to train, you know, and I've seen you on your post the other day and I freaking loved it. You're like, look, I'm going to train these guys. I'm going to go knock these doors so that they can understand what the fabric of, you know, RCAA really is, what Lee Haight's fabric actually is. So you spend that time to train. I think a lot of times we just throw guys out there and expect them to swim, and when they sink, it's their fault.
Now, talk a little bit about where we spend the most time together and what that place has done for you.
So I met you at the gym, man, you know, trying to give him that right hook that he ate. You know, I was hoping to get him off me with a right hook, and the sucker ate it. But that's okay. I got another one for you. Maybe one day I'll slow you down. But the gym has changed my life, man. It's changed my life in a way. What I've realized is there's the Lees there, the high performers, you know, and what you notice is these high performers are taking time out for themselves. You know, they're there working on themselves. They're bettering themselves. And that's why they've achieved the levels that they're at, because they're taking time for themselves. So, I mean, that's where me and you spend a lot of time together, and then on the phone and things of that nature.
So once you started letting go, what are the tactical things that you started to implement to give you freedom that have allowed you to work less hours but make more profit?
Creating the processes, you know what I mean? Documenting what works and documenting what doesn't work, making it dummy proof, but also giving my team the ability to work outside the box so that I don't end up hiring just a bunch of dummies. But that's been the biggest thing. And I got to be honest, man, letting go and realizing that a lot of times I was the problem. As a business owner, I might come in and start hollering and about invoicing. I need this one. And I just came in and messed my whole team up. They were in their zone. They were moving towards a goal. And then I come in there and spin them. And I get them all off a track. And now they could have got the invoicing done, but I wanted it done now. So, I mean, the biggest thing is giving them the ability to mess up and work, but also staying out of the way, but having the right training and processes in place. Now, when you know you're good at what you do and you have that confidence and you got people backing you up, I think that's when you get the higher tickets and you can articulate why you are going to bring more value. I mean, that's the biggest thing. It's like people pay for value. You can go find 2 men in a trunk to do your remodel, but I promise you they're not going to have the value I have. Are they going to have follow-up emails? Are they going to track your selections? Are they going to make sure you're doing your homework? We hold our clients accountable. I can't get your roof done if you haven't picked out the color of your shingle.
Hey, John, how did this all start, man? Where's John? Like, this right here is a telethon to benefit roofers to recovery. So roofers to recovery puts contractors that are struggling into rehab, and they have a online sort of like recovery group, and it's all a spiritual and God-based program to help, you know, contractors in struggle. And you also have a story, you know, guys, you can get your tickets to the event. John's going to be there. He's going to be speaking. He's a multi-million-dollar remodeler. He is a leader. He's a pastor. And he comes from humble beginnings. And September 1st through 3rd, you can donate right now. You can get your tickets. You can get 50% off. Just call 239-848-5354. You can text them. But what's your story, John?
I'm going to get into my story, but I want to say something real quick. For those who are thinking about donating, listen, donating and sowing is no different than the stock market. A lot of people ask me, how do I get my income up? I ask them my first question when I have a consulting or a coaching client. I say, what are you giving? And they're like, well, I ain't got much to give right now. I'm hurting. Well, that's the problem. Start giving. So I promise, sow into something like this. It's huge. Man, you know, I grew up in, you know, mom was on drugs, father wasn't around. And I grew up in that street life, so to speak. I was always an entrepreneur. To make this story as quick as possible, I became everything I despised. I became everything I ever made fun of. I swore I would never be a junkie. I swore I would never be a deadbeat dad. I woke up at 25 years old and came to the revelation through the Holy Spirit that I was a deadbeat dad and I was a junkie. And man, when I came to that revelation, it wasn't like, you piece of crap. It was more like, hey, you're better than this. And I just started that journey of humble beginnings, man. I had a mindset of if I'm going to sweep the floor, I'm going to sweep this floor the best I can. If I'm going to clean this toilet, and I quit caring about what people thought about me, and really just gave my life and surrendered it and said, listen, I've tried it my way. I've tried the shortcuts. I tried the quick way. I tried to get rich quick. I tried to be Scarface. I tried to be all these things, and all it ended me up with was broken promises, broken dreams, and jail cells. And I was all in for that life, and I went all in for the spiritual life. You know what I mean? I'm like, listen, if you're real, here's my chips. Just like you're all in the gym, I went all in for that. And I haven't looked back, man. And I've made mistakes. I mean, you heard it. You know, I've overworked and neglected my family, and you know, work became addiction and things like that. But due to good people and positive people around me, I snapped out of it. But it's better, man. This side's always better, and you're not alone. That's for sure.
So talk to me a little bit, man. A remodeling guy trying to get into roofing. You're curious about the roofing industry. We got a lot of different home service guys. What interests you about roofing?
The scalability. So in a remodel, we've got grout, tile, backsplash, cabinets, cabinet door style, hardware, paint colors, mosaic, fixtures. List goes on, right? $200 toilet, $3,000 toilet that massages your booty and wipes it for you. You know what I mean? There's just so much to deal with. Roofing tear off, dry in. Are we drying it in with felt? Are we driving it in with pill and stick? What are we doing? Do you want metal, shingle, or tile? Let's get her done. You know what I mean? And when I started coaching and going in these other trades, my pains was able to speak to their pains, the workaholic, the neglecting of the family, the grinding, the bad health. I can speak to all that. But what I spotted when I started helping them is how quick they got out of it, how quick they sprung out of it, because they had such small things to track. You know what I mean? And roofing was one of them. I had 2 roofing clients, and I'm like, bro, I can't believe this. Like, I mean, this thing is so scalable. It's not even funny. And I had a lawn guy too. I mean, lawn maintenance, or not lawn maintenance, but
landscaping.
Yeah, hardscaping. Stupid money in it. But that's my biggest thing right there. Just scalability.
And so skilled workers, it's always the biggest challenge, and not just finding a guy that could sell a remodeling project, but I know training workers is a big part of scaling a remodeling company. How do you do that?
What I do is I find that guy that's good, that really good carpenter, and then I train him how to go train other people. And then I incentivize him. I turn him into a mini entrepreneur. I go, look, dude, you can work for me for $30 an hour running baseboard, bro. I'll pay you all day long. But why don't you go find 2 people? Oh, did I lose you?
I gotta go to the bathroom. No, you're good. Chuck's gonna ask you.
Do your thing, and then teach them how to run it and pay them by the foot, and then train other people so that they're incentivized, and then they're making more money and they're training other people.
I love it, man. John, hey, let me ask you this. I don't get to talk a whole lot because I'm over here beside the most well-known man in the industry, so this is good for me. But I really appreciate your story. I love where you're coming from and what you've become. Let me ask you this. When you bring people into your organization, personal development, growth, and all that obviously are important to you. Do you make it a priority for your people? And do you find your people, when you bring them in, they feel your culture, they feel that infectious energy that you've got? I'm feeling it from all the way over here.
Yeah, man.
And you find that the good people are going to stay, the bad people are going to leave. But do you think that there's a key demographic that you bring in specifically that you look for people that'll be kind of like you?
Yeah, absolutely, man. I do my best to inspire, and I have a mission. I have a mission statement, and I have core values, and I push those core values in that mission statement so they know that it's more than just a job. My mission statement is building our community one neighbor at a time. So my staff know, listen, you guys are managing this job, but the more profitable we are, the more that we can help those people in Alcoholics Anonymous, the more that we can help the St. Matt's, we can help the homeless. So they have a mission that they go by. And then I have core values: responsiveness, responding to the needs of our clients in a timely manner, excellence, making it right regardless of the cost, attitude, keeping a positive attitude regardless of how your day's going, and liability, no finger pointing, taking liability for all actions, whether they're yours or not. So I push those values, and when they receive those values, I'm in like some accountability groups. So I'm in one that's called C12. It's a CEO and key player group for entrepreneurs and then their key players. So my project managers, I put in those groups. So I'm constantly investing in them.
Hell yeah, guys. Look, you need to send me a DM right now. If you've been watching this for hours, you want to join us September 1st through 3rd. Maybe you got questions about the event. Send me a DM, or you just text the number 239-848-5354. You can get your tickets. You can donate. Like, dude, what is investing for yourself, in yourself, done for you, John?
It's next level. I mean, it's, I speak against the chase all the time. You know what I mean? I get it. We got to get on the feet. We got to put our feet on the ground and get it. There's no ifs, ands, buts about it. You can't sit on the couch and it come to you. But the more you invest in yourself, the more that comes your way. I love what you said on one of your videos. You says being the big guy is not always the best thing. It's difficult, but the big guy, that's who gets all the good deals. They come to me because I'm the big guy, right? So it's like I get the better. I'm the big guy. So what do I get? I get the big opportunity. And when you said that, see, I follow you more than you know, big dog. So I'm like, ooh, that's a good one. It's the same thing with attraction. It's the same thing with investing in yourself. When you're the good guy, you get the good deals. When you're the positive guy, you get the positive deals. When you're the guy that's disciplined, you get the disciplined people around you. So it's everything, brother.
Well, dude, so pumped to have you out, man. You're gonna get everybody fired up. You know, talk to them a little bit about like what you would be without your higher power and your relationship with God.
Well, I can just look me up on my mugshot. Oh man, I blame everything on him. One of my favorite verses is this. It's a guy named Paul. He's writing a letter, and it says, "I boast more gladly in my weaknesses, because where I am weak, he is strong." And it's something that my biggest insecurity is my speech, the way that I articulate things and spell, because I don't have an education. So my vocabulary's always been an insecurity of mine, and the way that I talk and carry myself. And I've always said, Father, I need you to have, and that is where he uses me the most. That's where I'm used the most, is in my speech, speaking to people and uplifting people. And, that's the thing that I know that he's real, because, the things where I fall so short and I have no other way of getting out. I'm like, all right, you say boast more gladly in this, where I am weak, you are strong. I don't know where payroll's coming from. I need to sell. I've already threw all my dollars at marketing. I've done this. These guys are dependent on me. I got $23,000 in the bank, payroll 60 grand, and I got 3 days to do it. Lord, you say where I am weak, you are strong. And I'm telling you, Lee, man, I'll get an email 2 days later. Hey, we're signing a contract and sending you a $120,000 deposit. When can you start? And I'm like, I can't take credit for that. You know what I mean? And it just makes me want to invest more in people, because it's like, man, he's investing in me. I know it's real. I know what he's done for my life. I got 4 children that love me. My 22-year-old daughter, I walked in the house last night at 8 o'clock. She came and gave me the biggest hug, told me I smelled good. My 11-year-old still calls me daddy. My wife likes me for the most part right now. Like, that's only because of my surrender to him, man. Because without him, I was none of those things.
Well, amen, brother. Well, we're going to work together. We're going to get you on that stage. You're going to change some lives. And, dude, if you're a remodeling contractor, dude, you need to connect with John. You're a roofer. You need to find him on Instagram. How can they find you?
John Huffman 83 on Instagram.
Look him up on Instagram, dude. He's an awesome dude. He's creating some great content. It's been blowing up recently, dude. I've been watching you, and grateful to have you at this event. Got some more elevated roles for you, buddy. I'm really excited about the opportunity, and thanks for doing this, brother.
Thanks for giving me a shot, man. I appreciate it.
All right, brother. We'll see you.
Thanks, John.
Thank you, sir.
Well, Chuck, we've been on this thing for 4 hours, 24 minutes. Give us some hearts for the fucking discipline and us staying out here. Come on, guys. Y'all fucking love this shit. We're having a little fun.
Hit it.
Hey, comment below any questions you got. I want to talk to the people in the audience. Comment where you're coming in from. What kind of contractor, if you're an entrepreneur, if you're looking or you're just getting started. Give us some hearts, man, because we've been going hard in the paint for 4.5 hours straight. You know what I did, Chuck?
What's that?
I had a yacht party today. I accidentally scheduled this at the same time as a mastermind that I'm in, where they're going out on a yacht. It's just a bunch of business owners, and they're chopping it up. And I said, you know what? I fucking scheduled this telethon. I cannot reschedule it. I'm going live for hours and hours instead of going to a yacht party.
Okay, Lee, I got something I need to tell you.
Yeah.
You didn't schedule this.
Oh, okay.
It was me. But okay. I appreciate the fact that you're here. I didn't know about your yacht party. We'd have done this like probably next week or something. But I appreciate you taking the time being here. I know how busy you are. The dude just turned down a yacht party to be here for you guys, okay? The one thing that I've seen all day, everybody that we've talked to, 3 things in common. They're not afraid to take a risk. They're not afraid to commit, and they've got personal development mindsets. These are all people that are high-level performers. They're doing things in life that a lot of people I talk to wish they were doing, but don't find the way to take that action. I think the question we always ask the people, what's the difference between the guy making $100 and the guy making 100 million? It's the amount of action the guys take on any given day. And I do want to say that Lee does not miss his kids' ball games. He takes his families on vacation. He, you got a good life, bro. You're not working your ass off like that, like they are. You're working your ass off in a completely different way.
Yeah.
But you're not going to a job site and picking up drip edge. You're not returning bundles of shingles. You got it figured out, right?
Not usually collecting customers' money whenever they're pissed off. I don't like doing that shit. But
nobody does.
But I do answer the phone and talk to the people, and from time to time figure out how to provide that support. I do get my hands dirty doing what I love, the door-to-door push. But guys, thanks for joining us here. Seriously, we got to see you September 1st through 3rd. I am spent. It's been 4.5 hours on the live. Give us some hearts.
Give us at least 3 hearts each.
Comment a question. We're going to end this shit right now. Give me a question right now.
Give us a question.
Somebody type in a question. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. All right, guys, here's what we're going to do.
Next question gets a free ticket to the event. How about that?
Ooh, next question gets a free ticket to the event. Wow.
Holler at me, man.
Holler,
that was not really what I was trying to do there, but I just felt it in the moment, man. I want somebody that's hesitating to get to this event so it can change your life. All you got to do is ask a question. You don't even have to pay money this time. Who's it going to be?
They're scared.
Scared.
If you're scared, go to church. We're going to take you to a transformation. We'll see y'all September 1st through 3rd.
Later on, everybody.